And once you decide, these are like sponsor helmets from a couple years ago. So if it fits him and he wants it, it's yours.
This one fits him perfectly.
Just take that and the goggles.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I just gotta find my hat. I will. Is he awake right now? Is he awake?
Yeah. Like, hey.
Good evening, racers and race fans. Once again, welcome to weekend number 2 of the Sunday Funday here at ERX. As a quick reminder, we are starting off our first practice session of the night here. Group number 1, we got 120 stock, 120 improved stock, and our snow scoot classes out here for their practice session. They'll run a couple laps here before we move on to practice session number 2, our red practice session for those racers that are out there. That'll be 200 open, 200 stock, Pro 206, and junior girls. You guys should be in the staging area right now. Group number 3, transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, and junior 10 to 13. Start making your way up to the staging area as well. Group number 3, that green practice group, will be coming up next. And then group number 4, the yellow group, junior 14 to 17, junior open, and junior 16 to 17. Start making your final adjustments to get up to the staging area so that you are all set and ready to go when your practice session starts here in just a few minutes. White flag is out for practice session 1 of the evening. We got 16 riders out there in our 120 stock, 120 improved stock, and our snow scoot classes, getting their practice session out. One last lap to go before they are completed with their practice session for the night. Group number 2, the red tag practice group, 200 open, 200 stock, Pro 206 junior girls, are in the staging area right now, ready to take the track here in just a couple moments. Group number 3, that green tag group for those racers that are out here in the stands, transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, and junior 10 to 13 should be at the staging area as well. They'll be in staging here in just a moment. And that yellow tag group, group number 4, junior 14 to 17, junior open, and junior 16 to 17 should be making their way out as well. Checkered flag is out for our first practice session of the night. Just a few more rounds here, 7 rounds of practice total this evening before we get into the main events of the evening, our heat races here. We're following the heat race feature event format here at ERX tonight for weekend number 2, night 1 of our Sunday Funday race series. White flag is out for practice session number 2 here tonight at ERX. Currently out on the track, we have our red tag, group number 2, 200 open, 200 stock, pro 206, and junior girls. Group number 3, the green tag group, transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, junior 10 to 13 in the staging area right now, about to hit the track in just a couple seconds. Yellow tag, group number 4, junior to 14 to 17, junior open, junior 16 to 17, should be up in staging as well. And finally, group number 5, the purple tag group, junior ditch banger 1980 to 89, and leaf spring classes should be making your way up to the staging area as well, as your practice session will be starting here in just a few moments. My name's Zach Bailey. I'll be your announcer tonight here. We are streaming live on MBTVSports.com. Feel free to check out the Facebook page, the YouTube page, and we are also streaming on X/Twitter as well. For anyone out here in the stands who's not able to see the track at the moment, you're back at the trailer, or maybe you have some friends who wanted to come on out, couldn't quite make it just yet, feel free to send them that link. Once again, that is MBTVsports.com, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and X, and the website as well. Send them that link so they can be here in spirit and see a little bit of action. As a reminder, group number 3 for our practice session, transition 8 to 10, transition 8 to 12 combined, junior 10 to 13 out on the track now. Group number 4, that yellow tag practice session, junior 14 to 17, junior open, and junior 16 to 17 should be in the staging area right now. Purple group number 5, that is the junior ditch banger 1980 to 89, and leaf spring classes should be up in staging as well, getting ready for their practice session here. And then also that group number 6, the orange tag practice session group. That'll be the Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, Ditch Banger triples, Ditch Banger twins, and Ditch Banger 1990 to 99 should be making your way up to staging as well. Once again, group number 3 of practice currently on the track. We have 7 practice sessions tonight before we get into our heat racing for the evening. If you're streaming live on MBTV Sports, you still have a little bit of time to make it out here in the meantime. Otherwise, we'll be updating you all throughout the night through that live stream. Practice session number 3 of the evening coming to a close here. Checkered flag is out for practice number 3. That'll bring us to practice session number 4, that yellow tag practice group. Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open, and Junior 16 to 17 will be making their way out onto the track here in just a couple seconds. Which brings us to practice group number 5, the purple tag group. Junior Ditch Banger 1980 to 89, and Leaf Spring class should be in the staging area as you are the next session to go out here. Orange practice group, that is group number 6, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, Ditch Banger Triples, Ditch Banger Twins, and Ditch Banger 1990 to 99 should be making your way up to staging as well. You will be heading out there shortly, and then our final practice session of the evening, it'll be that 7th pink tag group, our WSA X and our plus 30 snow cross classes will be our final practice session of the evening. So once again, that is practice session 4, the yellow tag group out currently, practice session 5, the purple tag in the staging area, practice group number 6, the orange tag group, should be heading to staging, and then practice group number 7, that pink tag group, should be making their final preparations here to head out to their practice session momentarily.
There's a new class of blockbuster drugs. Drugs like Ozempic. They're changing bodies, and all of a sudden, just the weight starts to fall off. Fortunes. They just got too expensive.
They're just bank breakers.
And industries.
There's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of skepticism. The impact of these drugs in business to health is just beginning.
From the journal, $1 Trillion Shot. Tap now to listen on Spotify.
Whether you're relaxing at home or out and about, make your music move with you. With Premium, you can download your music at higher quality, listen to songs ad-free, and play them in any order. Tap the banner to learn more.
Checkered flag is out for practice session number 4 of the evening. Practice session number 5, the purple practice session class, Junior Ditch Banger 1980 to 89, and the Leaf Spring class will be heading out for their practice session in just a couple seconds. Practice session number 6, the orange practice session, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, Ditch Banger Triples, Ditch Banger Twins, and Ditch Banger 1990 to 99. You should be in the staging area right now. Your practice session is up next, and our final practice session of the evening, practice session number 7, the pink tag group, WSA X and plus 30 snow cross should be making your way up to staging if you are not already there. Once again, practice session number 5 out on the track currently. Practice session 6, the orange group in staging. Practice session number 7, the pink tag group should be making your way up to staging now. White flag is out for our fifth practice session of the evening. Junior Ditch Banger 1980 to 89 in Leaf Spring. We got one more lap to go in this practice session. Practice group number 6, the Orange Tag group. Once again, that is Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Ditch Banger Triples, Ditch Banger Twins, and Ditch Banger 1990 to 1999 should be in staging. You'll be heading out momentarily onto the track. And then our final practice session of the evening, practice group number 7, the Pink Tag group, WSA-X, and Plus 30 Snowcross should be in staging as well, as you will be the next group to head out after our 6th practice group. Just a few minutes left here for any of you in the stands or live streaming this event on MBTV Sports. We are welcoming you to night number 1 of week number 2 of this year's Sunday Funday race series. Tonight we are at ERX Motorsports Park, coming to you live for this 2-day event here. We are here tonight. Races should be starting here in just about 20 minutes. We will be back tomorrow morning as well. As a reminder, we got 2 more practice sessions tonight. If you're just rolling in or just logging on to the live stream, haven't missed anything quite yet, but we will be to some green flag action for our heat races here in just a few minutes, about 20 minutes or so, and we will be live racing here at ERX.
Searching for something same some move through life with a sight unseen every day and my world in between. It's always been me and when blow me away
Our 6th practice session of the evening out on the track, getting the green flag for their practice. That is the Group 6 Orange Tag class, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, Ditch Banger Triples, Ditch Banger Twins, and Ditch Banger 1990 to 99. That class is out for their practice session. We've got one final practice session following this group here. That is practice session number 7, our Pink Tag group. For those racers here with the colored practice tags, that'll be the WSA X class and the Plus 30 Snowcross class. Like I said, we're still in practice here, haven't missed anything just yet. If you are just logging on to the live stream on MBTVsports.com or just rolling into ERX Motor Park here, got a full night of racing ahead, still in this practice session. Green flag action should be coming by in just about 15 minutes.
There's a new class of blockbuster drugs. Drugs like Ozempic. They're changing bodies, and all of a sudden, just the weight starts falling off. Fortunately, it just got too expensive. They're just banking.
Checkered flag is out for our 6th practice session of the evening, our ditch banger class. Our final practice session of the night will be heading out in just a couple seconds. That is practice group number 7, the pink tag group, WSAX and plus 30 snowcross. Like I said, one more practice session of the evening before we get on to our green flag racing here. As a reminder, for those in the stands, you have any friends or family members who weren't quite able to make it tonight, we are live streaming here on MBTVSports.com, also through their Facebook page, Twitter, or X as it's called now, and the YouTube page as well. We are there. A couple quick stream sponsors that we have: Bodywise Chiropractic Center, Aroplax Corporation, and Houle Memorial Foundation. Thanks to them, we are streaming for free on MBTV Sports tonight. So make sure you hit up those sponsors, thank them for all their hard help here, for being able to stream these sports live across the internet. Like I said, if you are streaming now, thank you for checking us out. We're excited to give you some nice green flag action here in just a few minutes as we wrap up this final practice session here at ERX for the evening.
Here we go.
And just like that, our practice sessions have been brought to a close. All finished here. We should be heading to some heat racing action here momentarily. As I said earlier, a quick reminder for anyone who's here who may have friends, family that weren't able to make it out tonight, or even if you're sitting down at the trailers, can't make it all the way up to the grandstands in time, we are streaming live here on MBTVSports.com, streaming live through the website, YouTube. Also make sure to hit up the MBTV Sports Facebook page where we're streaming live as well. Nice and easy. Click to share for all your friends and family to see you, your family, your friends getting into some snowcross racing action here for weekend number 2 of these Sunday Funday races at ERX Motor Park. Make sure to click that like button for MBTV Sports on Facebook, share on Twitter, X, YouTube, the website. We will be live streaming here all weekend long. After a quick late sled practice session here, we have come to a close on our practice for the evening for night number 1 of week number 2 for the Sunday Funday series here at ERX. We got the groomer out on the track right now, just making sure the track is all set and ready to go for our heat races here. If you are in the grandstands right now, you have a couple minutes. Feel free to head to the restrooms, grab some nice warm food, beverages to keep you nice and toasty on this bitter cold evening. We got a food truck out to the side there I saw. Had some nice goodies in there to keep you nice and warm here. And we will be back with some green flag action in just about 10 minutes. So feel free to take a seat, get all ready before we get out to some heat racing action.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to the first night of 2 here for the second weekend of our Sunday Funday race series here at ERX. We were here a couple weeks ago for the first rounds. Now we're out here for round number 2. We will be here tonight and tomorrow as well, January 4th and 5th, for our second weekend of the Sunday Funday series. Tomorrow morning, we are starting things off with the riders meeting at 9:15 a.m., 10:15 practice, and 11 a.m. heats. So make sure you log on to MBTVsports.com for the live stream. Head on out here for this. But tonight, we are here for night number 1 of Sunday Funday to make sure that we are able to get things all ready. First couple races of the night. Race number 1, we have our 120 improved stock class. Race number 2, 200 open. Make sure you're making your way up to the staging area. Race number 3, our 200 stock 9 to 12 heat 1. And race number 4, 200 stock 9 to 12 heat 2. Once again, if you are in any of those first 4 races, if you are not already, make sure you make your way up to the staging area as we will be green flag racing here in just a few minutes. In the meantime, though, for all those here, I know it's a little chilly out, but if you could all remove your stocking caps, stand at attention to the flag over here as we will begin the playing of our national anthem. Thank you to Leanne Rhymes for that beautiful rendition of our national anthem. And thank you to all those who were able to fight for our country here to make sure that we have the freedoms that we currently have to be able to come out here every weekend, race some snowcross, have some good fun. As a quick reminder, for anyone who may not have been able to make it out here tonight, any friends, family, we are live streaming tonight's events on MBTVsports.com. We're live streaming on the website, Facebook page. Feel free to like and share that post so all your friends can see it. We're also live streaming on YouTube tonight, as well as X, formerly Twitter. We will be live streaming on all 4 of those platforms tonight, so make sure you send that link over, share it on Facebook, retweet it on Twitter, and check it out on YouTube if you have any friends who weren't able to make it here tonight. And another quick thank you to some of our stream sponsors tonight: Bodywise Chiropractic Center, Aroplax Corporation, and Houle Memorial Foundation. We couldn't be here streaming for free without them tonight, so make sure you give them a big pat on the back. Thank them for being tonight's sponsors of the streaming event, so that we can come out here and live stream this broadcast for all of your friends and family who weren't quite able to make it tonight. We're just finishing up with some slight track prep, but we will be starting here in just a couple seconds with race number 1 of the evening. We have race number 1 of 24 heat races tonight. So we will be doing a heat feature format here. We just got done with practice, heading into our first set of heats before we do a quick intermission and into our feature races. So for any of those who may not know too much about the format over here, so this heat race, this will just get the racers their starting order or starting gate pick for the main events here tonight, our feature races, and that's where everything is on the line. That is where they will be getting their points for the evening. For night number 1 of week number 2 of the Sunday Funday series here at ERX. As a quick reminder, race number 1 about to hit the track here in just a few moments in our 120 improved stock class. Race number 2, 200 open. Race number 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1. And race number 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 2. For any racers who are in the stands getting ready to head out for one of those first few races, make sure you are able to make your way up here as soon as possible to the staging area, so we'll be able to get you out on the track in time. For that race number 1, though, our 120 improved stock class, we have 6 racers out there tonight. We got the number 88 of Chase Reinhofer out of Malacca, Minnesota, racing a Cat, sponsored by Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Heating and Plumbing, and Rough Cut Grill and Bar. On the back of the 123X, we have Noah Olson out of Buffalo, Minnesota, racing the Polaris. Carter Lang racing the 216 Polaris out of Maple Grove, Minnesota, sponsored by Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Mike Botzek, Victory Fuel, Northern Crankshafts, Fowler Parts Service, and Beaton Farms. We got the 257 of Parker Reeves racing out of North Branch, Minnesota on the Polaris machine. The 725 of Owen Harada out of Malacca, Minnesota, racing the Cat, sponsored by Clear Lines. And rounding out this 6-racer heat number 1 in our 120 improved stock class, we have the 912 of Daxton Watroba out of Northern Minnesota. Daxton here, just an early 5 years old. We got some of our youngsters out here. This first class of the night, the 120 improved stock class, we have racers ranging from the age of 5 to 10. So this is definitely the future of our sport here. You'll definitely want to check out these classes, see what we're looking forward to over the next few years. So this 120 stock class, it is, as it sounds like, a stock class. Sleds in this class must run the following gear ratios. Polaris is going to be set to run 420. Arctic Cat, Yamaha, and Skidoo are set to run 410. You know, you can alter the gears, top, smaller, bottom, but the final drive must equal the same. No studs in this class. So like I said, it's definitely one of those beginner classes here. Getting those youngsters a taste for racing. Like I said, kids as young as 5 years old going to be out in this class tonight, so definitely going to be a fun class to watch. With a couple seconds here before we get to some of that green flag action, just wanted to send out a quick thank you to some of our sponsors here. Sponsors tonight at ERX. We got Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation and Aroplax Corporation, 2 of our stream sponsors tonight as well. Fox, CNA Pro Skis, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, Woody's Traction, Henko Utilities, CF Moto Generators, and Bodywise Chiropractic Center, another one of our stream sponsors here tonight, sponsoring ERX as a whole as well, and this Sunday Funday race series. We couldn't be out here without our great sponsors tonight, so if you see any of those, make sure you hop on by their booths, their businesses, help them out, and give them a big shout out and thank you for helping us as well. We got the racers in race number 1 making their way up to the starting gate here over in the northeast corner of the racetrack. Getting their sleds all ready to go for their first heat race of the evening. Like I was saying earlier, we got 6 racers in this class, our 120 improved stock class. And we will be green flag action heat racing here in just a few seconds. Track is clear for heat race number 1 of the evening. Starting gate all ready to go. Green light is out, and we are officially green flag racing here at ERX for our first race of the evening, our 120 improved stock class. We got 6 racers out there. Seems as though we might even have a 7th as well, as we have a full group going down that front stretch into the first left turn. 1 rider is out front though. We got him on that green and black sled. It's going to be the 216 of Carter Lang leading the way, with the 88 of Reinhofer in second, and the 725 of Owen Halata in third. Single file throughout those top 3 racers. As we have racers on the back half of the track, first lap officially in the books here. Out front alone though, it's going to be the 216 of Lang, pulling away slowly but surely from the second place racer. Lang puts another lap in the books. 88 of Reinhofer trying to hold on to Lang's tail. Don't count out the 725 of Halata though. Our top 3 racers pulling away slowly but surely. 257 of Parker Reeves makes his way across the line. And the 123X of Noah Olson following in suit. Rounding out our field, we have the 912 of Watroba, single file throughout the field, but it looks like we might have a slight battle developing between our top 2 racers. Lang still leading the way. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Lane. This gives 1 lap for the 88 of Reinhofer to come around. Lang and Reinhofer both going to the inside of that split lane over on the east side of the track. Lang coming up on some lap traffic, able to make it to the outside, but this gives Reinhofer a chance to come up almost side by side with the 216 of Lang. Half a lap left. Who's it going to be? This is your battle for the lead. Reinhofer looks to the outside, taking the wide stance, trying to get by the 216 of Lang. Checkered flag is out. It's a drag race. Who's it going to be side by side? Ladies and gentlemen, that one is too close for me to call. Unofficially, from up here in the announcer's tower, it looked like the 88 of Reinhofer was able to make his way around the 216 of Lang. Side by side, though, we're going to have to leave this one up to the officials. .725 of Halata cementing his spot in third to round out the podium for heat race number 1. This brings us on to heat race number 2 of the evening, 200 open. 4 racers in this class. We got the 311 of Andover, Minnesota's Levi Murtha racing the Lake Elmo Sports. Marcone Construction Cat. We have Jace Wutzberger racing the 612 out of New Ulm, sponsored by Uncle Mark Sled Parts, Carbide Podcast, Jake's Rusty Jalopies. The 929 of Walter Strees out of Elko, Minnesota, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio, racing the Custodio Home Group Sled Head Racing CNA Pro Skis out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. Green flag is out. Across the start-finish line, looks like we got your yellow sled in the lead. 612 of Wutzberger, racing in second. 311 of Murtha rounding out your 4-sled field out there. A little bit of side-by-side action there over on the west end of the track. We got our top 3 racers pretty close to each other. Out front alone, though, it's the Skidoo leading the way. The 929 of Walter Stees leading the track. Stees in the lead. Right behind him, we have the 612 of Wutzberger and the 989 of Custodio rounding out your top 3. Checkered flag is about to be out. Final lap here for the 929 of Stees. And just like that, checkered flag is out. Stree is going to be your race winner. The 612 of Wutzberger rounding out second, and the 989 of Custodio, your top 3. Race number 3 about to head out. Race number 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 2. Race number 5, 120 stock. Race number 6, junior girls under 200 cc. And race number 7, 200 stock, 4 to 8, heat 1. Start making your way up to the line if you haven't already. For race number 3, though, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat number 1 of 2. We got 7 racers in this first heat. The 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, 122 of Carson May, 327 of Ellie Bodger, 524 of Michael Rambo, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, and the 939 of Everett Storley. It's a drag race into the west end of the corner. Side by side are your top 2 racers. Coming up to their first green flag of the evening, who's going to take the early lead? Looks like it's the 21 of Reinhofer leading the way. Side by side with another competitor. We've got battles going all throughout. We have a side-by-side for the top 2 with some challenges here with our 3rd place rider who's side-by-side as well. And we even got battles going on at the back of the field for our 6th and 7th place competitors. At this point, it is anyone's game, folk. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 21 of Reinhofer, 939 of Storley, hot on his tail. Don't count out the 524 of Rambo, though, just behind them. Those are your top 3 racers trying to get by this evening. Reinhofer has it. Storley wants it. Who's it going to be with 1 half lap here to go for heat race number 3 of the evening? Through the split lanes, both riders taking the inside gap, up and over the start-finish line tabletop. It's going to be the 21 of Reinhofer taking the win. 939 of Storley coming in second. And side by side for third, it looks like it was the 10 of Lambrecht taking over that podium spot. Which brings us to heat number 2 of 200 stock, 9 to 12. 7 racers again.
Thank you, guys.
The 17 of Auburn Owen, the 56 of Rory Kimball, 115 of Lane Onstad, the 199 of Ethan Congard, 257 of Logan Reeves, 311 of Levi Murtha, and the 612 of Jace Wutzberger. rounding out your 7 racers in heat number 2 of your 200 stock 9 to 12 class. We got one racer out front alone, a side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd. We might even see some action from our 4th place racer as well. But it's going to be the 115 of Onstad leading the way, 199 of Ethan Congord in 2nd, and then we got the 612 of Wutzberger trying to throw up a leg over, get into that 2nd place spot. Wutzberger able to move up to 2nd place. But Congard's going to give a battle side by side through the whoops. Wutzberger on the inside, Congard on the outside. Corgard out front alone though. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 115 of Onstad. The battle to watch here, folks, is between the 612 of Wutzberger and the 199 of Corgard. They are side by side going on to the east side of the stands, or east side of the track. Onto the back stretch through that whoop section. It's the 612 of Wutzberger that has it, and the 199 of Corgard that wants it. Corgard pulling back slightly. Out front alone, though, checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 115 of Lane Onstad, sponsored by All Finish Concrete, FXR, Bell Bank. And it's going to be the 612 of Wutzberger taking 2nd, the 199 of Corgard rounding out your top 3 for heat race number 2. Race number 5, 120 stock up next. Race number 6, junior girls under 200cc in the staging area. Race number 7, the 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 1. Out afterwards, and 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 2. So we got races up 4. Make sure you're making your way up to staging if you aren't already. Race number 5, 120 stock here. We got the 25B of Bowden Nelson out of Foley, Minnesota, the 100 of August Nelson from Wayzata, Minnesota, 122X of Jack Erickson from Hanover, Minnesota. For race 5 here, 120 stock, the 215 Clay Lang, 820 of Wade Short, 829 of Bryson Latorno, and the 905 of Willow Abraham rounding out your 7 sled race here. Once again, race number 5, your 120 stock class. We got race number 5, our 120 stock class out there now. For any racers here in the grandstands, out in the pits, we want up to race 10 in the staging area right now. So like I said, race 5, 120 stock out there now. Race 6, junior girls under 200cc, 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 1. Race number 7, we got race number 8, 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 2. Race number 9, Snow Scoot, Snow Sport, 1988 to 92. And race number 10, our 120 Open Champ and Pro 206 classes. Make your way up to staging if you haven't already. White flag is out for our 120 stock class, race number 5 of the evening, and it's a tight battle between our top 3. Seems to be the 215 of Lang leading the way. Side-by-side battle for 2nd between the 100 of August Nelson. And I believe that may have been the 122X of Erickson. Don't quote me on that. We have a nice little side-by-side battle there for 2nd. That's definitely going to be the battle to watch here during this final lap of our 120 stock class. Now, kind of like I was saying earlier, for our first heat race of the evening, this 120 stock class, one of our beginner classes as well. We've got racers in this class ranging from 4 years old, once again, 4 years old, up to a hearty 6 years old. So we got some youngsters out there. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 215 of Clay Lang. Taking 2nd, it's going to be the 905 of Abraham. And the 100 of August Nelson, rounding out your top 3. Race number 6, junior girls under 200cc. Up next, we got the 179 of Emmy Simonson, Racing out of Elk River, Minnesota, the 311R of Leah Pellet, the 327 of Ellie Botker, 521 of Paisley Woidya, the 619 of Aubrey Erickson, and the 708 of J.C. Carlson. 6 sleds tonight in your junior girls under 200cc class. Race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 1. Race 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 2. Race 9, snow scoot, snow sport. Race 10, 120 open champ and pro 206. And race 11, WSAX 440 and WSAX 600 should be in the staging area already. Green flag is out though for race number 6, our junior girls class. We've got a full group of them up front, all battling for position. Single file onto the west end of the track, but we have a nice little battle for our top 2 racers up there. First lap in the books, who's it going to be? The 708 of Carlson leading the way, ahead of the 327 of Botker, with the 179 of Simonson rounding out your top 3. We got a side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th, though, so don't count those racers out, as they might be making a push for the podium here any time now. Out front, that battle for 1 and 2 rages. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for your current race leader, the 708 of Carlson. 327 of Botker still putting on a push. And it's the 179 of Simonson holding on for 3rd, but the 619 of Erickson and the 521 of Woidla definitely want that spot. We might have a 3-sled battle, 4-sled battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th here developing. Out front though, checkered flag is out. Your junior girls heat race winner is going to be the 708 of Carlson taking the win, the 327 of Bodger finishing 2nd, and it's anyone's race for 3rd. Side-by-side drag race down the front stretch, checkered flag, who's it going to be? 179 of Simonson going to take 3rd. The 521 of Woidla finishing 4th.
Why, thank you, I tried.
Race number 7 out there next, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat number 1. We got 8 racers, I believe. The 10R of Ryder Bitson, 23 of Liam Peterson, 103 of Taylor Cunningham, 216 of Carter Lang, 409 of Hayes Carlson, 410 of Owen Lance, 729 of Noah Olson, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio, rounding out your 8-sled field here. First lap about to go into the books. Your early race leader is going to be the 23 of Peterson, the 989 of Custodio in 2nd, and I believe that might be the 216 of Lang in 3rd. We've got 4 riders holding their own out front. A little bit of space before we get back to 5th and 6th in a little side-by-side battle there. And then a little more space before we get back to our final racer of the evening, or final racer of the class. Out front though alone, white flag is out. For your race leader, the 23 of Liam Peterson. 216 of Lang holding on to 2nd, 989 of Custodio back to 3rd. Peterson, Lang, Custodio, your current top 3. Custodio having a little challenge there behind him though, as we might have a battle for 3rd developing here in this final lap of our 200 stock 4 to 8 heat number 1. Out front alone though, checkered flag is out. Give it up for your heat race winner, the 23 of Liam Peterson, going to take the win. 216 of Lang finishing 2nd, 989 of Custodio rounding out your top 3. 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 2 up next. Race 9, Snow Scoot, Snow Sport in staging. Race 10, 120 Open Champ and Pro 206. Race 11, WSAX 440 and WSAX 600. And race number 12, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 and Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12. Make sure you're all in staging as well for your heat races. Green flag is out there, though, for race number 8, heat 2 of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. 85 of Colton Neifel, 100 of Jace Kostecki, 102 of Breck May, 140 of Brecken Gorsinger, 200 of Easton Geyer, 517 of Noah Abraham, 524 of Michael Rambo, and the 910 of Henrik Storley rounding out your 8 sled field. Out early though, 524, 517, and 910 gonna be your top 3. Rambo leading with the early race lead. Abraham hot on his tail. Storley rounding out your top 3, your podium. Our top 3 racers, single file, but pulling away from the rest of the field. We got a little bit of space before we get back to our 4th and 5th place competitors. A little more space between our 6th and 7th, and then we have our 8th place riders still on the same straightaway right behind. White flag is out. One more lap to go in race number 8 for the 524 of Rambo leading the way. Abraham in second, right behind. Rambo bobbles a bit. Abraham trying to capitalize, able to get up close, looking for a side-by-side battle on that back stretch through the whoop section as they pull away from the 3rd place competitor, the 910 of Storley. Storley holding on strong for 3rd though. Rambo and Abraham both take the inside line, swap to the outside. On the front stretch, checkered flag is out for the 524 of Rambo taking the heat race win. 517 of Abraham finishing second, and with a late race dash trying to take over that 2nd place spot, not quite able to. It's going to be the 910 of Storley finishing 3rd. Race number 9 up next, our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We got 4 competitors. Racing the number 1 out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, we got Carson Krosak. Racing the DLO Excavating Demolition Yamaha. We got the number 2 of Addison Schmeidecker from Prior Lake, Minnesota, and the 3 of Leo Schmeidecker from Prior Lake, both racing the DLO Excavating and Demolition Yamahas. And then rounding out our 4 sled field, we have the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger out of Stacy, Minnesota, racing the Gustafson Excavating Yamaha. Now for the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class, we got a little bit more spread, but still on the younger side. So we got racers ages 7 up to age 13 for this class. So these are going to be all sleds years 1988 to 1992. We got 4 Yamahas out there tonight. Starting gate flagger is going to give them the point. Make sure they are all set and ready to go. Green lights are out, and we're Snow Scoot Snow Sport racing. I got 5 racers on my deck here, or 4 racers on my deck here, but seems like we have a 5th out there with one going over the handlebars on the whoop section. That's going to draw a caution on the front stretch. No red flag though, so we are still green flag action racing. Out front alone though, early race leader on the red sled. We're single file throughout the field. But a nice little side-by-side battle developing for 3rd and 4th between 2 of our competitors. Our competitor in the black suit currently running 3rd, green helmet racer running 4th, trying to put up a battle there to take over that podium step. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for our current race leader. Can you guys see any numbers on these sleds? Perfect. Thank you. Checkered flag is out. Your heat race winner, the number 8 taking the win tonight. In second, the number 3, Leo Schmeidecker, gonna finish second for this heat race, and it's Close, but out taking third, we got our red helmet competitor there, finishing in the top 3 with a nice little side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th going on at the back of the field. That brings a close to our heat race number 9, Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Up next, heat race number 10, 120 Open Champ and Pro 206. So we got 2 classes going in this class tonight, or in this race tonight. In our 120 Open Champ class, we have the 820 of Wade Short racing out of St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, on the Shorts House of Speed Polaris. And then we got 7 racers in the Pro 206 class, the 21 of Caleb Reinhoff out of Malacca, Minnesota, the 25K of Cashton Nelson from Foley, Minnesota, 88 of Chase Reinhoffer from Malacca, 257 of Logan Reeves, 517 of Noah Abraham, 521 of Paisley Oidla, and the 612 of Jace Wartzberger, rounding out your field. Green flag is out as our bunch of racers move on to the back stretch through the whoop section. Side-by-side battles for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. We got almost 4 wide going into turn number 1 there. Out front alone, though, receiving the green flag, it's going to be the 21 of Reinhoffer leading the way. The 25K of Nelson in 2nd. With some pressure from the 517 of Abraham in 3rd. Don't count out the 612 of Wartzberger, though. Side by side with our 3rd place competitor, trying to put up a battle to take over that 3rd place spot. Right behind them, though, I believe that's the 88 of Chase Reinhoffer, trying to get into the mix as well. White flag is out, 1 more to go for our race leader, the 21 of Caleb Reinhoffer. 25K of Nelson getting some battles going on there with the 517 of Abraham. Abraham looks to the outside, not quite able to make the pass stick. One more chance for the 25K of Nelson. One final time onto the front stretch here. Checkered flag is out. Give it up for your heat race winner. It's going to be the 21 of Caleb Reinhoffer taking the win tonight. 25K of Nelson finishing 2nd. And who's it going to be? The 517 of Abraham rounding out your top 3. For race number 11, our next race, we're going to have some guest announcers here tonight for WSA X440 improved and WSA X600 improved. What are your names, bud?
Emmy Simonson.
And over here?
Hayden Cunningham.
Sounds good. Hayden and, I'm so sorry, what was your name again?
Emmy Simonson.
Hayden and Emmy up here for race number 11, WSA X440. Emmy, you want to read off who our racers are in this first class?
Jesse Wake, 47. Isaac Ratz.
Perfect. And you want to try our second class over here, WSAX 600?
Rob Hansen, Mitchell Fruth. Right there. Tyson Orr, Jan Paulson.
Sweet. Well, come up here. Let's announce some races quick. We're about to get the green flag. I'm going to hand it over to you guys. You got this round, okay?
There they go. What number is this?
Check the number. Who's pulling the whole shot?
Alright, looks like the 393 got the whole shot. 27's following him. It looks like 777 is trying to go for there's passing. There's a lot of passing. 393's in the lead so far.
We got 393 of Mitchell Frost in the lead. Just gotta their name and then the name.
White flag's out. It looks like the 393 of Mitchell Frost. 1 lap to go for 393. Two Polaris is out in front, yay! And 393 got Mitchell Frost got the first place. 27 of Jesse Woke got second, and 777 Jonah Paulson in third. Who was next?
That rounds out.
That rounds out your top 3.
Thank you, Emmy and Hayden, for helping out here. I'm new to the snowcross side, so I love getting to hear your guys' expertise up here. I hear, Emmy, you're one of the announcers here on Thursday nights, is that correct?
Yeah, and also sometimes on Sundays.
Nice. Well, I love having you guys up here. More than happy to have you guys announce a few more races out there. Right now, we got race 12 out there, our junior ditch banger 10 to 13 class, and our kids ditch banger 8 to 12 classes. Kids ditch banger 8 to 12, we got the 56 of Rory Kimball. In the 10 to 13 class, we have the 00 of Bennett Morey, the 1 of Charles Nagus, the 27 of Cassie Scott, 59 of Lyric Knighton, the 99 of Harrison Resnick, the 207 of Avery Kisner, and the 363 of Ben Harrison, rounding out your 8 sled field here for race number 12. Looks like we currently got the 207 possibly of Avery Kisner out front, leading the way early. Kisner leading the way. Right behind him we got the 59 of Knighton in second. Then a little battle for third developing between the 363 of Harris and our 4th place competitor. Single file throughout the field. Our top 2 competitors coming onto the front stretch from the west side of the field. 207 of Kisner, still your race leader. 59 of Knighton, keeping him in his sights though. And we got a little bit of space before we get back to our 3rd and 4th place competitors. White flag is out for the 363 of Harris. Harris taking your final spot on the podium. Checkered flag is out. One final turn to go for the 207 of Avery Kisner. Up and over the start stretch tabletop, Kisner is going to take the win. The 59 of Knighton going to finish second. And rounding out your top 3 is going to be the 363 of Ben Harris. Up next, we got race number 13, our junior ditch banger 13 to 17 class. Race 14, transition 8 to 10. Race 15, junior 10 to 13. Race 16, ditch banger 2000 to 2009. Race 17, ditch banger 1990 to 99. Heat number 1, start making your way up to the staging area. For right now, race number 13, I'm going to hand it back over to Emmy and Hayden to give you the starting lineup.
Braden Morey, Cole Curtis, Jack Harris, Julia Olson, Austin Peria, Bailey Stree. In my opinion, the best part of the track is probably when you start, like the part when you start, you can go really fast. You've got 5:21 in second, 18 Cole, third Curtis,
Second.
And then white flag is out. 521 of Julie Olsen.
No, you're announcing.
As the white flag goes up.
Emmy, why aren't you announcing?
He is, I can't.
She's more of the color commentator. You gotta tee her up for stuff, and then she goes. Like she's more of the Detroit 8-6 on the
class available to switch to different displayer class. There is
Got a battle for third.
But you gotta tee her up.
Checkered flag out for the 18 sled. Second place we got 521. This is going to be a battle for the line. Rounding out your top three will be 861. It's that simple.
Another quick thank you to some of our guest announcers up here. We got Emmy, Hayden, and
Carter.
Thank you guys for your help up here. Like I said, always love getting to hear some other sides. Race 14 up next, our transition 8 to 10 class. 6 racers tonight, the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht out of Maple Lake, Minnesota, 114 of Sadie Berry from Chatfield, Minnesota, 115 of Lane Onstad from Harwood, North Dakota, 526 of Jace Jeske from Elk River, Minnesota, 603 of Isaiah Cunningham from Atwater, Minnesota, and the 707 of Easton Norman from Elk River, Minnesota. 6 racers. First lap in the books, it's going to be the 603 of Cunningham leading the way, the 10 of Lambrecht in second, and I believe the 114 of Sadie Berry in third.
Little brother of Carter and Hayden out in first.
Isaiah leading the way, but we got a side-by-side battle for second and third between the 10 of Lambrecht and the 114 of Sadie Berry. One more lap in the books for the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham. 114 of Berry able to make their way up to second. The 10 of Lambrecht back to third. Side-by-side bumping and banging, switching and swapping for that second and third place position. Looks to be the 114 of Berry securing and holding on to that second place spot.
White flag out for the 603.
One more lap to go for Cunningham. 115 of Onstad passing the line in fourth. 707 of Norman in fifth. Checkered flag is out. One last time on the front stretch. 603 of Isaiah Cunningham going to take the win. 114 of Sadie Berry rounding out second. And the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht going to round out your podium.
Name them off.
We got race 15 of Cade Onstead, Peyton Wisborg, Julia Olsen, George Butter, Dietrich Schwan, Isaac Otto, Jackson Rath.
As a quick reminder, race 15, junior 10 to 13, about to start things off here. Race 16, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, and Ditch Banger triples in the staging area. Ditch Banger 1990 to 99, Heat 1. Race 18, Ditch Banger 1999, Heat 2. And race 19, transition 8 to 12 combined, should be making their way up to staging if you are not there already. Back to the races at hand, though. Race 15, junior 10 to 13.
Who is? Oh, yeah. Where are we at?
They are loose right now on race 15. Your junior 10 to 13's out there going up the 169 corner. into the downhill. Your race leader, the 855 Isaac Otto on that Kraychek Racing Arctic Cat, followed by the 952 on that Polaris in second. And we got an incident. We have a rider went off a little bit on the edge there. We're going to have our crack staff take a look and make sure riders and everyone is safe as they get through. But your race leader is still going to be Isaac Otto on that Kraychek Racing Arctic Cat out of Brainerd. As the white flag comes off, one and a half more laps to bring this one home for Isaac Otto. Finding a good rhythm to that backstretch. Emmy, you were saying that was your favorite place to go when you were out there?
Yeah.
Did you have a good line going through there? What was the trick to getting through there unscathed?
Just really going fast.
Just pin it and close your eyes? Is that what was going on?
I guess.
There we go. That's what you got to do. All right, and checker flag for your 855 winner, Isaac Otto out of Brainerd. Then the 952, Jackson Rapp. And then you're going to have the 621, Dedrick Schwann, round out your top three.
Thank you again to a few of our guest announcers up here. Up next, race 16, the Ditch Banger 2000-2009 class, side by side with Ditch Banger Triples. Two racers in the Ditch Banger Triples class, the 77 of Zach John, racing out of Stacy, Minnesota, the 163 of Alex Gillespie, racing out of North Branch, Minnesota. In the Ditch Banger 2000-2009 class, we got the 4Z of Alex Forsland, 74 of Dawson Tron, 84 of Joshua Berg, 116 of Sam Barry, 303 of Koshenard, 667 of Kisner, 716 of Cordes, 731 of Cordes, and the 901 of Ragenkamp. Racers up and over that front stretch, taking the first lap in the books. We got one rider out front all alone, and it's a who's who for second on back as we've got bump and bang and switch and swapping, everyone moving all about onto the west end of the track. People starting to single out over here, but we got one racer out front all by himself. It's going to be the 303 of Koshenard out front, 901, and the 77 in second and third. Ragenkamp in second, John in third, and then single file throughout the field, except for that nice little battle we got going on side by side for fifth and sixth. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 303 of Koshenard. 901 of Ragenkamp putting another lap in the books. 77 of Zach John right behind him. Now that 77 of Zach John, this will be a fun one to watch because even though he is currently in third overall, he is leading his own class. He's out there in the Ditch Banger Triples class. Checkered flag is out. Give it up for your overall heat race winner, the 303 of Cade Koshenard. 901 of Ragenkamp finishing second and going up over the bars. Zach John had third in the books, went up and over on that double leading up to the start stretch finish line. Bumbled it going over that double, didn't land quite right. Up and over the handlebars. Held on to third overall. He was leading the Ditch Banger Triples class. He's up and standing, looks to be okay. See the thumbs up. Race 17. Up next, we got Ditch Banger 1990-99 heat race number 1. We got 9 racers in this class, the 4 of Croy Alverson, 9 of Tyler Buck, 11 of Drew Hansen, 87 of Ivan Hartkopf, 88 of Luke McNamara, the 104 of Nathan Crawford, 132 of Christopher J., 318 of Logan Fratellone, and the 623 of Mike Pellet. 9 racers in race number 17, our Ditch Banger 1990-99 Heat 1. Green light is out. Racers are moving on to the west end of the track. Single file throughout the field. Out front alone, though, It's going to be the 318 of Fratellone. 623 holding on to second. That's the Mike Pellet racing the Cat, holding on to the second place spot, but he's got company for third and fourth, right on his tail. Out front alone, though. It's the 318 of Fratellone, pulling away from the rest of the field. Back onto the front stretch. Fratellone going to pull away from everyone else, putting on an absolute clinic in this Ditchbanger 1990 to 99 class. 623 of Pellet in second, but he's got company right behind him. Trying to get some side-by-side battles going there for second, third, and fourth. Our fourth place racer pulling up into the mix as well. White flag is out for your race leader, Logan Fratellone, on the 318. About half a lap ahead of his second place competitor, as the 623 of Mike Pellet takes his white flag. One more lap to go for Pellet. It's the 88 of McNamara in fourth. McNamara been trying to take that third place spot. As third place goes up and over that divide, McNamara now up to third, making that swap valid. Fratellone going to take the heat race win. Back onto the front stretch one last time. Checkered flag is out for our second place racer, the 623 of Pellet. And the 88 of McNamara going to take that third place position in heat number one of our Ditchbanger 1990 to 99 class. Heat race 2, race 18, about to head out on the track. Race 19, transition 8 to 12 combined and staging. Race 20, Ditchbanger twins, get ready to head to staging. 21, Leaf Spring. And race 22, 600 open 18 plus, make sure you're all ready to go. Green lights are out for Ditchbanger 1990 to 99, heat race number 2. 8 racers, Unzi, Nelson, Krasna, Latorno, Cole, Hansen, Fruth, and Lighters. Coming up onto the front stretch, out front alone though, your early race leader on the Arctic Cat, with a whole crew behind him trying to take over that spot. We got one racer out front alone though, a nice side-by-side battle for third and fourth, as we're now back to single file throughout the field. Through the whoops section, been a bit of a tough section for some of our racers today. Green flag is out for the 393 of Fruth in the lead, 298 in second, and the 997 of Latorno in third. Latorno was able to make moves in the early part, pull his way up to third place.
Hello.
But it's now single file once again throughout the field. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 393 of Fruth. 298 and 97 hot on his tail. Now, I actually don't have a name for that 298 that's currently in second, but right behind him we have the 97 of Jack Latorno, rounding out your top three, as Latorno tries to pull up, make a pass for second. Flag is out. Fruth gonna take the win. 298 gonna finish second, and the 97 of Latorno gonna round out your top three. On to race number 19, I'll bring it back over to our guest announcers here to chat a little bit more.
Hello. Say something.
Race 19, right?
Huh? Yep. I say I get off the
Race 19 of transition 8 to 12 combined. 114 of Kate Onstead, 114X of Sadie Berry, 311 of Peyton Weisbrod, 535 of Mason Doffing, 618 of George Bordag, 621 of Diedrich Swan, 855 of Isaac Otto, 973 of Wyatt Strees. Looks like we got Isaac Otto pulling the whole shot out, leading the straight, followed by Diedrich Swan.
These people are really fast.
George Botter on the 618, coming in third. Isaac Otto all out by himself, same with Diedrich Swan. Battle for third and fourth right now. Isaac Otto taking the white flag. Same with Diedrich Swan coming in second. And the 618 sled. Isaac Otto on the 855 coming up to the table for the finish, taking the checkered. You gonna say it?
Yeah. And the second place, you got Diedrich Swan.
Then coming in third, rounding up your top three, is the 618 of George Bortig. Isaac Otto.
Thank you again to our guest announcers up here. Up next, we got race 20. We're on the home stretch for our heat races now. Ditchbanger Twins about to hit the track. Race 21, Leaf Spring in the staging area. Race 22, 600 Open 18 plus about to head in there. 23 of WSAX Open. And race 24, our final heat race of the evening, 2-up race. Race 24, but out on the track now. We got 9 racers in Ditchbanger Twins, 15 of Thompson, 47 of Ratz, 68 of Smith, 74 of Tron, 318 of Fratellone, 321 of Olson, 716 of Cordis, 731 of Cordis, and the 746 of Wagner. Out front, though, it's the 746, 321, and 318. Wagner with the early race lead. David Olson holding on to second, but he's getting some challenges thrown at him from the 318 of Logan Fratellone. Fratellone making a move up through the whoops, wheeling through onto the west end. Side-by-side battle for the lead coming onto the front stretch. Out front, though, it's still the 746 of Wagner. 318 of Fratellone putting some pressure on him. Fratellone taking the inside groove. Wagner on the outside. Fratellone with the advantage, going through the whoops. It's still going to be Wagner holding on. As we get to the middle section of the whoops, though, Fratellone able to make a push that he needed. Fratellone now up to the lead. Wagner back to second, as we've got a side-by-side battle for third and fourth as well coming onto the front stretch. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 318 of Fratellone. As the 321 of Olson is pushed back to fourth. Olson had been holding on to that third place spot, the final step in the podium. Had a quick bobble on the west end, moves back to fourth. Out front alone, though, one final time onto the front stretch. Up and over that single, through the double, your race winner is going to be the 318 of Logan Fratellone taking the win. Wagner finishing second, and I believe that might be the 15 of Thompson rounding out your top three. Fratellone, sponsored by Fratellone Racing, Mystic Lubricants out of Vadnais Heights, Minnesota, taking the heat race win in the Ditchbanger Twins class. Up next, we got race 21, our Leaf Spring class. 11 racers in this class. We got the 3 of Jay Rumsley, 18 of Cooper Coette, 40 of Luke Carlson, 69 of Kobe Vottworm, 69X of Tyler Worm, 96 of Douglas Summer, 96X of Brighton Summer, 169 of Karsten Peterson, 619 of Cooper Clemston, 880 of Brady Casper, and the 882 of Ezra Smith. Green lights are out. We got one racer down in the whoops. It's going to throw the yellow in the whoop section, but we're still green flag racing out front here. Early race leader is going to be the 69 of Vaught Worm. Side by side, we got the 96 of Summer. And one more racer able to push up past the 96 of Summer, making his way up to second. Through the whoops again, it's the 69 of Kobe Votworm leading the way. Side-by-side battle for third and fourth as the 69X of Tyler Worm is able to make his way up to that third place spot. One more lap in the books for Votworm, leading this race early. Right behind him, we got the 692, or I believe it, or it might be the 882 of Ezra Smith holding on to second. If I'm seeing these numbers correctly, it looks like we got Votworm, Smith, and Tyler Worm, your top three racers. Up and over the double onto the start-finish line. Tabletop, white flag is out for the 69 of Votworm. 882 of Ezra Smith in second. 69X of Tyler Worm in third. And it's the 3 of Jay Rumsey and the 96 of Summer rounding out your top 5. Single file throughout the field. One last time onto the front stretch. Up and over the double, bobbling it through. Able to hold on though for the win. It's the 69 of Votworm taking the win. 882 of Ezra Smith finishing second, and then 69X of Tyler Worm rounding out your top 3. Race 22 up next, 600 Open 18 plus. Race 23 in the staging area, WSA X Open 1990 to 2003. And rounding out your heats, one more race, race 24, our 2-up race should be in the staging area. As we've got one sled going up and over on the start-finish line, it's the 619 of Cooper Clemston with an exciting ending to his race. For race 22, though, about to hit the track, we got 3 racers. The 68 of Peyton Smith from Montevideo, Minnesota. 316 of Tanner Drzecki from Oliver Paipunge, Ontario. And the 712 of Lane Peterson rounding out your top 3. Green light is out. Lane Peterson on the 712 with the early race lead through the whoop section. Through that first turn, onto the west end of the track, up and over the double on the front stretch. Peterson pulling away from the rest of the field. It's the 68 of Smith holding on to second. And the 316 of Drzecki rounding out your top 3. But he's got a side-by-side battle going on with him with your 4th place competitor. Side-by-side. Swipping and swapping for that 3rd place spot. The battle is definitely going to be for 3rd place here. As out front alone, we have the 712 of Lane Peterson pulling away from the rest of the field, putting on an absolute clinic in the 600 Open 18 plus class. It's the 621 moving up to 3rd place. White flag is out as we go back onto the front stretch here. One more lap to go for the 712 of Peterson with a full straightaway advantage over the 2nd place racer, the 068 of Peyton Smith. One final time on the west end of the track. Up and over that inside single, through the double. Checkered flag is out. Give it up for your heat race winner, the 712 of Lane Peterson. Peterson sponsored by FXR Plainstead, JP Premier Excavating, All-Terrain Fabrication, Lano Equipment, Minnesota Equipment, Highway 47. Your heat race winner for the 600 Open 18 plus class. The 068 of Peyton Smith finishing second, and the 621 rounding out your top 3. Race 23, WSA X Open, 1990 to 2003. We got 5 competitors out there. 61 of Mandrick, 87 of Pollock, 303 of Schoenard, 731 of Cordes, and the 746 of Hunter Wagner rounding out your 5 sled pack. Out front early though, it's the 61 of Mandrick, the 303 of Schoenard, and the 746 of Wagner, hot on his tail. Single file through our top three, side-by-side battle at the back of the field between the 87 of Garrett Pollock and the 731 of Jager Cortez. Back onto the front stretch, though, pulling away from the rest of the field. It's the 61 of Kenny Mandrick out of Niebing, Ontario, leading the way early on. 303 of Chouinard trying to stay on his tail, not quite doing it, as we've now got a battle going for third, fourth, and fifth. Wagner currently holding third. And it seems as though the 61 of Kenny Mandrick, your race leader, pulling off the track, having some issues with his sled. Which makes your new race leader the 303 of Chouinard. 87 of Pollock now in second. The 746 of Wagner back to third. Not quite sure what happened to our race leader there. Through the whoops, ended up pulling off. Another lap in the books for your new race leader, the 303 of Cade Chouinard, racing from Fratelloni Racing out of North Branch, Minnesota, on that Polaris machine. 87 of Pollock holding on strong to second, 746 of Hunter Wagner in third. Single file throughout the field, as it seems we're now down to three racers. We started with five, we're down to three. White flag is out for the 303 of Chouinard. One more lap to go for Cade. Second place rider, still the 87 of Pollock. A little bit of space before we get back to our third and final place rider, the 746 of Wagner. We started with five. Mandrick pulled off after the first lap. Our fifth rider pulled out after the second lap, but checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 303 of Cade Chouinard. Chouinard, sponsored by Fratelloni Racing. 87 of Garrett Pollock going to finish second. And the 746 of Wagner rounding out your podium. One more heat race for the evening, folks. We got our two-up race. 5 racers. We got the 77 of Zach John from Stacy, Minnesota. 575 of Brecken Lighters from Kobe, Wisconsin, racing the Cherokee Garage Lighters Vinyl Polaris. The 667 of Austin Kisner from Monticello, racing the Rally Gear and Osco Design and Marketing sled. 716 of Jory Cordes from Zimmerman, Minnesota, racing the Skidoo. And rounding out your 5 sled field, racing the Lindsey Keene State Farm Hanko Utilities. 731 of Jager Cordes, also from Zimmerman, Minnesota. 5 racers out there tonight. In our final heat race of the evening, race 24, our two-up race. Seems as though we don't have all of our racers in the staging area for this final heat race of the evening. In the meantime, can take a moment to thank some of our sponsors again for the full event here at ERX for our Sunday Funday. I'd like to send a quick shout out to Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation, Aroplax Corporation, Fox, CNA Pro Skis, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, Woody's Traction, Hanko Utilities, CF Moto Generators, and Bodywise Chiropractic Center. Our top sponsors for the evening here for Sunday Funday, night number 1 of the second week. And we'd like to send an especially big thank you to our stream sponsors as well, Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation, Aroplax Corporation, and Bodywise Chiropractic Center. Without those 3, we wouldn't be able to be streaming live for free on MBTVsports.com, the MBTV Sports Facebook page. If you haven't already, make sure to share that live stream over there. And it looks like we're sending out a single racer for our 2-up race. We were supposed to have 5 out there. We got 1 sled going around the track, though. Through the west end of the field, or of the track. On the outside, up and over the double. Looks to be the 377. Stopping our racers on the front stretch tabletop to give them a swap around. As the backseat driver now takes over the controls up front. Through the whoop section on the back straightaway. Taking the outside route on the west end of the track. The long move around. One last time up onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out. Who's it gonna be? Your 2-up race winner, the 377 team taking the win. Alrighty, folks, that brings us to a close of our first half of the evening. Our heat races have now completed. We will move on shortly to our feature races. Quick update for our racers in the first 3 races of the evening. Our 120 improved stock, 200 open, and 200 stock classes. Make sure you're making your way up to the staging area. We want you to be up there in about 10 minutes so that we will be all set and ready to go for our feature races here shortly. Once again, first 3 races of the evening, 120 improved stock, 200 open, and 200 stock. Make your way up to the staging area for our feature races. For everyone in the grandstands here tonight, you now have a few minutes. It is our intermission. Feel free to take a stop on down to, I saw the Honey Pot down there, serving some nice warm food. I think I saw some warm lattes there as well. Feel free to stop on by, support them, and get some warm food in your stomach, get you nice and warmed up, heated up on this blistery cold evening here at ERX Motor Park. For those streaming the event live on MBTVsports.com or MBTV Sports Facebook, X, or YouTube pages, we will be back in about 10 minutes. Once again, 10 minutes, give or take, until we get back to some feature racing action here at ERX's Sunday Funday. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Can the racers in our first 3 classes, if you haven't already, make your way over to the staging area? Race number 1, we got 120 improved stock. Race number 2, 200 open. And race number 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat number 1. Once again, racers in our first 3 races, make your way over to the staging area as we will begin our second round here in just about 5 minutes. So once again, race number 1, 120 improved stock. Race number 2, 200 open. Race number 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1, make your way up to staging. And while we're at it, race number 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 2. Race number 5, 120 stock, also make your way up to staging, as you guys will be heading out on the track relatively shortly after our first 3 classes. So once again, 3-minute warning for our first 3 races of the evening. Welcome back, race fans, as we are just about to get ready for final number 1 of our Sunday Funday January 4th edition here at ERX Motor Park. We just got done with our heat races, give or take about 15 minutes ago. We are getting all set and ready to go for final number 1. We ran it through earlier. We will run it through all again. Our first 3 races are starting to get up and ready at the staging area. Race number 1, we're starting off with our 120 improved stock class about to hit the track. Race number 2 is in the staging area, our 200 open class. Race number 3 is just about to head in. Our 200 stock 9 to 12 heat race number 1 on deck. But starting off the night for final number 1 of 2, we have our 120 improved stock class. 7 racers in our final number 1 for the evening. Starting off, our heat race winner, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, racing the Premier Rigs Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-star heating and plumbing, and Rough Cut Grill and Bar, Articat out of Malacca, Minnesota. Finishing second in a side-by-side dash in the heats, we got the 216 of Carter Lang, racing the Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Mike Botzek, Victory Fuel, Northern Crankshafts, Fowler Parts Service, Beaton Farms, number 216 of Carter Lang. Finishing third in the heats, we had the 725 of Owen Halata from Malacca, Minnesota, racing the Clear Lines Articat. Rounding out your field, we have the 123X of Noah Olson from Buffalo, Minnesota. The 257 of Parker Reeves, racing for Reeves Racing out of North Branch, Minnesota on the Polaris. The 912 of Daxton Watroba from Northern Minnesota. And rounding out your field, the 820 of Wade Short. Wade Short racing out of St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin on the Shorts House of Speed Polaris. Again, we're just a couple minutes away from green flag action on final number 1 of our evening. So the way tonight's actions will work, we just finished our heat races about 15 minutes ago. We're now heading into section 2 of our night, final number 1, where we will rerun through the lineup from earlier this evening. We'll take another short intermission after this before we get back to final number 2, our last section of the night, where we will bring everyone back out, run it all around a third time again before we end this evening's festivities. Night number 1 of week number 2 of Sunday Funday here at ERX. We were out here a couple weeks ago, the 21st and 22nd, for the first 2 rounds of the year. We'll be back tomorrow morning, racing bright and early, practice at 10:15 a.m., heats starting at 11 a.m., and then we'll be back again February 1st and 2nd here at ERX. The following week, February 8th and 9th. And then we make a hop over into Wisconsin for our Sunday Funday series, where we'll be racing March 2nd in Eau Claire, Wisconsin at Rock Falls Raceway. Following week will be a 2-day event still in Wisconsin, March 8th and 9th, Silver Mine Ski Jump in Eau Claire. And then we'll be back here at ERX Motor Park for the final 2 rounds of the 2025 Sunday Funday series, March 15th and 16th. As a quick reminder, we are streaming tonight's events on MBTVSports.com. So if you have any friends or family who weren't able to make it out tonight, make sure to send them that link. Once again, it's MBTVSports.com. We're streaming live on the website. We're streaming on YouTube. We're also streaming on Facebook. If you want to like and share that post on there, a quick, easy way to send it over to your friends and family. Let them know you're racing here tonight at ERX Motor Park. And then finally, we are also streaming live on X, or Twitter as it used to be known. So feel free to check out our live stream at any of those 3 locations. Our live stream tonight sponsored by Bodywise Chiropractic Center, Aroplax Corporation and Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation. But back to the racing. Green flag is out for our first final of the evening. 7 racers tonight. Out front alone, though, your early race leader, it's the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, fresh off a heat race win. Side-by-side battle for second and third. The 725 of Halata taking it over. But we still got a side-by-side race going on for second and third. It's a who's who at this point. A little bit of space before we get back to our 4th, 5th, and 6th place riders. Out front alone, though, taking the outside line on the west end of the track, making their way onto the front stretch. Heat race winner, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, putting another lap in the books. It's still the 725 of Halata in second, and the 216 of Carter Lang rounding out your top 3. Just behind him, we got the 257 of Parker Reeves racing the Polaris in that 4th place spot. About half a lap behind, we have a little battle going on for 5th and 6th. The 123X of Noah Olson from Buffalo, Minnesota. And the 820 of Wade Short putting some action on him. White flag is out, though, at the front of the field, though. The 88 of Reinhofer putting another lap in the books. 725 of Halata trying to slowly but surely pull up on him. See if he might be able to make a late race battle for position. On to the backstretch. Halata getting past some lap traffic. But out front alone, though, checkered flag is out. It's the 725 of Halata taking the win. The 88 of Reinhofer, who had been leading the race, pushes back to second. With the 216 of Lang rounding out your top 3 this time by. Not quite sure what happened to the 88 of Reinhofer there. Moved from 1st to 2nd on the backstretch. Looks like he thought it was the end of the race there, pulled off, had to get back on the track, wasn't able to make up the ground he had lost. Which brings us to race 2 of the evening, 200 open. Your heat race winner, the 929 of Walter Strees out of Elko, Minnesota. Finishing second in the heat, the 612 of Jace Wurzberger, racing the Uncle Mark Sled Parts Carbide Podcast, Jake's Rusty Jalopies Articat out of New Ulm, Minnesota. Finishing third, the 989 of Tyler Custodio, racing the Custodio Home Group Sled Head Racing CNA Pro Skis out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. And your 4th and final sled going on to the back stretch, the 311 of Levi Murtha, racing the Andover, Minnesota at Lake Elmo Sports Morgan Construction Arctic Cat. Up onto the front stretch, though, your early race leader. It's the Skidoo leading the way. Right behind him, we got the 612 of Wurzberger. Wurzberger looking to the inside, trying to make the pass. Not quite able to do it this time by. Tyler Custodio holding on to a solid third. Wurzberger to the inside, your leader to the outside. Once again, trying to make that pass to the inside. Wurzberger's got the jumps and rollers to go over. Side by side onto the front stretch. I believe that's the 929 of Walter Strees leading the way. But Wurzberger is not going to go without a fight. 311 of Murtha making his way over the front stretch. Once again, into turn number 1, side by side. Wurzberger taking the inside again. Strees going on the outside. Now, Wurzberger's got the shorter line, but he's got those rollers in there he's got to account for. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Strees and Wurzberger. It's anyone's game here, folks. Side by side onto the backstretch. Strees with the slight advantage through the whoops. Wirtz able to make up a little bit of ground. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. Who's it going to be? Final one winner for the 200 open class. It's going to be the 929 of Strees taking the win. 612 of Wurzburger finishing second, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio rounding out your top three. Racers aged 8 to 10 out there today. Strees, your race winner, only 10 years old, taking that win in one of these early classes. Wurzburger, just a young 9 years old today. So we've got the youth of our sport out there right now. But up next, we got our 200 stock 9 to 12 heat class. Race 4 in the staging area, 200 stock 9 to 12 heat 2. Race 5, 120 stock in the gate. Race 6, junior girls under 200 cc, make your way up. Along with race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 1 and heat 2. Green flag is out for our 200 stock 9 to 12, heat number 1. 21 of Reinhofer, 939 of Storley, 10 of Lambrecht, 122 of May, 327 of Bodker, 524 of Rambo, and the 708 of Carlson making their way around. Up and over the front stretch straightaway, a whole horde of 200 stock racers making their way around. We got one rider out front alone, but we have a 3-sled battle for second, third, and fourth. And only a little bit of space back to our 5th place rider, followed by another gap before we get a side-by-side battle for 6th and 7th. White flag is out. One more lap to go for your race leader, the 21 of Reinhofer. Side-by-side, we got the 524 and 939. Rambo has second. Storley wants it. Storley takes the outside line, side-by-side onto the backstretch. Storley making moves up to second. That brings Rambo back to third. Out front alone, though, flag to flag. Your 200 stock 9 to 12 heat race winner. Give it up for the 21 of Reinhofer taking the win. Storley going to finish second. 524 of Rambo finishing third. Heat number 2 up next for 200 stock 9 to 12. We got 7 racers tonight. 17 of Auburn Owen, 56 of Rory Kimball. Your heat race winner, the 115 of Lane Onstad, 199 of Korgard, 257 of Logan Reeves, 311 of Levi Murtha, and the 612 of Jace Wurzburger rounding out your field.
Just got a correction for you for my name. Yeah. It's Cade Chenard. It'll be race 14.
Lane Onstead, your early race leader in this 200 stock 9 to 12 heat 2, before we get back to a nice side-by-side battle for second and third. Looks to be the 612 of Wurzburger, currently with the slight advantage in second place, but he's got heat on his tail. White flag is out for the 115 of Onstad. Wurzburger and the 199 of Korgard side by side up and over that white flag tabletop. One more lap to go. Don't count out the 17 of Auburn Owen though, hot on their tail. Second or third makes a little move. Owen will be able to capitalize on that. Owen looks up to the inside of the 199 of Korgard. Owen now up to third, taking that podium spot away. Out front alone though, your feature winner, the 115 of Lane Onstad taking the win. In second, the 612 of Wurzburger, the 199 of Korgard, able to hold on for that final step in the podium. Race 4 just finishing up right now. Race 5 about to hit the track, 120 stock. Race 6, junior girls in the staging area. Race 7, 200 stock, 4 to 8 on deck. Race 8, 200 stock, 4 to 8, heat 2 behind them. And race 9, snow scoot, snow sport. Make your way up to staging. That's the goal. Green light is out for race number 5, our 120 stock class. 7 racers today. Heat race winner, the 215 of Clay Lang. Finished second, 905 Willow Abraham, and third was the 100 of August Nelson. 25B of Nelson, 122X of Erickson, 820 of Short, and 829 of Latorno, rounding out your 7 sled field. Our riders are bumping and banging through the west end. Out front, we got 1 sled alone. The 100 of August Nelson leading the way in this heat race. 905, 215 right behind him. 905 of Abraham holding on to second. Your heat race winner, Clay Lang, holding on to that 3rd place spot. Nice little swap there going between our heat race winner and our 3rd place heat racer. Nelson, 100 of August Nelson moving their way up to the lead in this final. Clay Lang pushed back to 3rd. We're single file throughout the field. Up on the front stretch, over the doubles. White flag is out for your race leader, the 100 of August Nelson. Right behind him, a close race for 2nd and 3rd. The 905 of Abraham has it. The 215 of Lang wants it. The battle to watch tonight, folks, is going to be between that 905 and the 215. Side by side on the east end of the track. But we've got a yellow flag through the whoops as one of our riders is having some issues. I believe that might be the 820 of Wade Short, stalled on the back. This might affect how our 2nd and 3rd place finishers end the race, folks. Checkered flag is out. One last time up and over the start-finish line tabletop, your race winner, the 100 of August Nelson. After finishing 3rd in the heat, he moves up to the win this time around. And it's going to be the 905 of Abraham finishing 2nd once again. 215 of Lang, your first heat race winner, finishing 3rd this time by. Race number 6 up next. Junior girls under 200cc. Your heat race winner, the 708 of J.C. Carlson from Litchfield, Minnesota. 327 of Eiley Botker from Asani, Minnesota, racing the Surface Specialists Arctic Cat. 179 of Emmy Simonson. Emmy Simonson, one of your guest announcers earlier in the evening, finished 3rd in the heat race. Back at it again, sponsored by Polaris, Castle X Gear, Parkway Pizza, Stud Boy, and Mom and Dad out of Elk River, Minnesota. 311R of Leah Pellet, 521 of Paisley Woidula, and the 619 of Aubrey Erickson rounding out your 6 sled field. Race 6 about to hit the track. You know I got you guys. Race 7 in the staging area, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 1. Race 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heat 2. On deck, race 9, snow scoot, snow sport, and race 10, Pro 206. Make your way up to staging if you're not there already. Helping me on the mic here tonight, one of our racers' cousins up here, Emmy Simonson, the 179 on the track this race. I got her cousin, Carter, up here, gonna help me out this time by to announce a little bit. Full group going into the west end of the track, side by side, through turns 1 and 2.
Looks like the 708 coming over, followed by the 327 and the 521.
Carlson doing what she did the first time by, again in this second race. Carlson won the first heat race, leading early on in final number 1 of 2. Seeing if she might be able to repeat this yet again.
Battle for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot going over the rhythm.
White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 7:08 of JC Carlson. 3:27 of Bodker hot on her tail, and the 5:21 of Wadla up there now.
Battle for 4th and 5th going through that Power Lodge corner.
Through the whoops, it's our top 2 competitors out front and alone. Quite a bit of space before we get back to our battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and partially 6th as well. Checkered flag is out though. There can only be one winner. Your winner tonight, 7:08 of JC Carlson taking the win. 3:27 of Bodker finishing second. Rounding out your top 3, it's going to be the 5:21 of Wadla. And we got some more family affairs going on in race number 7. Carter, my guest announcer up here, his brother racing in the 200 stock 4-8 heat number 1 class. I'll let him read off this lineup for you.
We got 10R of Ryder Bitch, 23 of Liam Peterson, 103 of Taylor Cunningham. Carter laying on the 216, 409 on Hayes Carlson, 410 on Owen Lance, 729 on Noah Olson, 989 on Tyler Custody.
Out front alone, it's the 23 of Peterson, again repeating what he did in the heat race. And I believe it's the 216 of Lang in second. Got some company hot on his tail, though. We got a nice little battle possibly developing for 2nd and 3rd. A little bit of space before we get back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. But right now, it's that battle for 2nd and 3rd we're going to want to keep an eye on. I believe that's Lang and Custodio in 2 and 3. Out front alone, though, empty field ahead of him, your current race leader, the 23 of Liam Peterson. Lang and Custodio make their way across. The 729 of Olson in 4th, and then a side-by-side battle between the 103 and 409, Taylor Cunningham and Hayes Carlson side-by-side. Rounding out your field, we got the 410 of Owen Lance.
Checkered flag out, coming over the tabletop. Who's going to take it?
.23 of Liam Peterson going to be your race winner. 216 of Carter Lang finishing second. The 989 of Tyler Custodio rounding out your top 3 just as they did in heat race number 1 for the evening. Race number 8 up next as we clear race 7 off. 200 stock 4-8 heat 2 about to hit the track. Heat race winner 524 Michael Rambo from Lakeville, Minnesota. 517 of Noah Abraham from Norwood Young America. The 910 of Henrik Storley from Elko Newmarket, Minnesota. 85 of Colton Neifel. 100 of Jace Kostecki. 102 of Breck May. 140 of Brecken Gorsinger. And the 200 of Easton Geyer going to round out your field in race number 8. Green flag is out. We're 200 stock 4-8 racing. We got a 6-rider pack up at the front. Side by side.
Bumping and rubbing there.
Bumping and rubbing. Who's it going to be? 2 are on the front stretch early. It's the 52. Oh, 524 of Rambo leading the way. My apologies.
It's like, wait, what?
His foot was right on the floor.
Rambo pulling away from the rest of the field. But he's got the 2nd and 3rd place competitors decently close behind him. Little space before we get back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. White flag is out. Over the start-finish line, 1 more lap to go for the 524 of Rambo. Abraham and Storley in 2nd and 3rd, just like in the first heat of the night. But Storley might have some company right behind him. One last lap to make that pass possible. Up front alone and uncontested though. One last time through the west end corner, up and over the single, through the double, checkered flag is out. Feature race winner, the 524 of Michael Rambo, sponsored by Grandma and Grandpa, Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doporowski State Farm, Dondlinger Ford, WPS, and Flyer Racing. Going to take the race win tonight. Abraham finishing second on the 517, Storley finishing third on the 910. Up next, race number 9. Race number 10, Pro 206 in the staging area. Race 11, WSAX 440 on deck, WSAX 660. Race 12 after that, Junior Ditchbanger 10 to 13 and Kids Ditchbanger 8 to 12 start making your way up to staging, as well as the race 13, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17 make your way up. Believe we have 5 racers in race number 9, our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We got the 1 of Carson Krochik, the 2 of Addison Schmeidecker, the 3 of Leo Schmeidecker, the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger, and your heat race winner from earlier on this evening, we got the 8-mobile. Make sure our sleds are all set and ready to go. Again, the youth of our sport out there about to hit the track. Racers aged 7 to 13. So on the younger side, might not be newly fresh learning the sport. Drag race on the backstretch. Through the whoops. Side-by-side battle for the lead, but we've got one overtaking them all. Onto the west end of the stands. Up and over the singles, through the double, as they make their way up to the start-finish line tabletop. It's going to be the 8 leading this time by again, 75 in second. Might see a battle developing there, though, between our 3rd and 4th place competitors. In the meantime, though, we're single file as one of our sleds pulls off the side, off the track. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 8 machine. 75 crosses the line. 327, and the 3 of Schmeidecker. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out. By half a lap, by half a straightaway, it's the 8 going to take the checkered flag. A little bit of space before we get back to the 75s finishing second. And the 3 rounding out your top 3. The 3 of Leo Schmeidecker, sponsored by DLO Excavating and Demolition, rounding out your podium for our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Race 10 up next, our Pro 206 class. Heat race winner, 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, 25K of Cashton Nelson, 517 of Noah Abraham, 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 257 of Logan Reeves, 521 of Paisley Woidla, and the 612 of Jace Wurzberger. Rounding out your 7 sled field. Track is clear as we prepare to send race 10 off on their green flag action. Starting gate checks them, make sure they're all good. Green light is out. Race 10 hitting the track. We've got a 3-rider battle up at front for the lead. bumping and banging going into the west end corner. Around over the singles. Through the double. First over the start-finish line is going to be the 5:17. 21 in second. And the 25K of Nelson in third. Out front early, though. 5:17 of Noah Abraham leading the field. Side-by-side battle. 21 of Caleb Reinhofer had it. 25K of Cashton Nelson wants it. As the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer sets his sights on the 5:17 of Abraham. Reinhofer was your heat race winner. Abraham was pushing it, however. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Reinhofer and Abraham. It's the 88 of Chase Reinhofer in fourth. 6:12 behind him. 6:12 of Wurzburger seems to be pulling off. Side by side on the back stretch for your leaders. Checkered flag this time by. Who's it going to be? Pushing high. Checkered flag is out. 5:17 of Abraham able to secure the win this time around. 21 of Reinhofer going to finish second. 25K of Cashton Nelson going to round out your top three for this heat. Up next, we got race 11. WSAX 440 improved, WSAX 600 improved. In the staging area, race 12, Junior Ditchbanger 10-13. Race 13, Junior Ditchbanger 13-17. Race 14, Transition 8-10. And race 15, Junior 10-13. Start making your way up to staging if you haven't already. Two classes in race 11. Green light is out. 27 of Jesse Woike, 47 of Isaac Ratz racing the 440 class, 525 of Hansen, 393 of Fruth, 417 of Orr, and 777 of Polson racing the 600 class. Out front alone, though, it's the 393 of Fruth leading the way, 777 of Polson in second. We've got a side-by-side battle for third, trying to push their way up and make it a battle for second, though. Comes to a complete stop on the east end of the track. Trying to make that pass, both stopping in the meantime. Out front alone, though, and pulling away from the rest of the field is the 393 of Fruth and the 777 of Polson. In third, the 27 of Woike was able to push by on the front stretch, but it's the 417 of Orr, I believe, who's trying to hold on to that fourth place position. Race 11 out on the track now. 12 in the staging area. Polson, or Fruth out front, leading the way. Battle for second as the 777 of Polson moves back to second. Checkered flag is out. Race winner going to be the 393 of Fruth. The 27 of Woike going to finish second. 777 of Polson going to round out your top three. Now, even though Woike finished second overall, he was the race winner for the WSAX 440 improved class. So we got two separate winners in that class. Fruth and Woike. Race number 12 up next. Going to pass it over to my co-announcer to read the lineup for us.
We got 00 of Brent Moore, number 1 of Charles Negus, 27 of Chase Scott, 59 of Lyric Knighton, the number 99 of Harris Frenches, 207 of Avery Kinzer, 363 of Ben Hayes, and 56 of Rory Kimball.
207 of Kisner with the early race lead. And we've got a side-by-side battle for second and third. One racer taking the inside, one racer taking the outside on that final turn as we lead onto the backstretch. Kisner out front alone and pulling away, though. Outside line working really well for Kisner, up and over the doubles. It's going to be the 59 of Knighton holding on to second. I believe that was the Side-by-side battle for third and fourth now. As the 59 of Knighton tries to slowly reel in your leader. But out front alone, though, Kisner not going to have it. Side-by-side battle at the back of the pack between the 97 and the 27. Checkered flag is out. Race winner going to be the 207 of Avery Kisner. 59 of Knighton going to finish second. With the 56, I believe, of Kimball rounding out your top three. Race 13 up next, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17. Race 14, Transition 8 to 10 in the staging area. Race 15, Junior 10 to 13 on deck. Race 16, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009 and Ditchbanger triples. And then race 17, Ditchbanger 1990 to 99 Heat 1 make your way up to staging. Green flag is out for race 13 though, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17. 18 of Curtis, 521 of Olson, 861 of Perro, 942 of Strees, and Co making their way around. It's the 18 leading the way though. Curtis, your heat race winner, making his way around. 861 of Perro in third, but he's got company. We've got a two-rider battle up at the front. Then about a half a straightaway gap before we get back to our third and fourth place racers. Out front alone, though, the 18 of Curtis pulling away from the 00X of Maury. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 18 of Elk Rivers, Cole Curtis. Maury holding on strong for a solid second place. And the 68 rounding out your top three. Checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 18 of Cole Curtis. Bit of space before we get back to our second place competitor, the 00X of Braden Maury. With the 68 rounding out your top three. Up next, we have race 14 about to hit the track. Transition 8 to 10.
Number 10 of Lambert, 114 of Barry, 115 of Onstead, 526 of Jakey, 603 of Cunningham, and 707 of Norman. Green light is out. Looks like Lambert taking the whole shot, but Isaiah coming through. Coming close to the Fox tabletop, who's going to take it? Looks to be the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham, followed by Lambert on the 10 sled, and the 114 of Sadie Berry.
Berry and Lambert side by side on the backstretch. Berry trying to pull away from the 10 of Lambrecht, though, setting her sights on your current leader, the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham. Cunningham taking another lap. Berry right behind. Lambrecht in third, but he's got company, the 115 of Onstad, trying to make that move to get up into the third place spot. Lambrecht to the outside, Onstead to the inside, into the whoops. Lambrecht's slight advantage Onstead takes the inside groove, though, trying to take that spot away from him. White flag is out for the 6:03 of Isaiah Cunningham. One more lap to go. And just like that, the 1:15 of Onsted's able to make the pass stick. Onstead now up to third, Lambrecht back to fourth. But Lambrecht's not going to go without a fight. Diving into that east end corner, side by side through the whoops. That's the battle of the race to watch.
You got this one.
6:03 coming over the tabletop, followed by Sadie Berry on the 1:14. And looks like photo finish there. Couldn't tell.
That may have been too close for us to call. They were battling the whole race there. The 10 of Brentley Lambrecht and the 1:15 of Onstead. Unofficially, it seemed like Lambrecht made the advantage there. Too close for us to tell for sure up here. Which brings race 14 to a close. On to race 15. We got the 8:55 of Isaac Otto, the 9:52 of Jackson Rath, 6:21 of Dedrick Schwann, 6:18 of Botker, 5:21 of Olson, 3:11 of Weisbrod, and the 1:14 of Onstad. Getting the whole shot, though, and leading through on the front stretch. Your early race leader is going to be the 8:55 of Otto, 9:52 of Rath. Right behind him, a little bit of space before we get back to a 3-sled battle for third, fourth, fifth. And we might as well throw that 6th place rider in there for a battle for 5th as well. Single file with a couple gaps up front. It's still Otto leading the way, pulling away from the rest of the field. Currently holding on to third, though, it's the 6:18 of Botker. Right behind him, though, the 1:14 of Onstead setting his sights. Onstead trying to make a move for third. As we've got one rider going down on the east end. Looks to be all fine, getting back up on the sled. White flag is out, though, for the 8:55 of Otto. Let's see how this yellow flag affects your leader up there. Might give the 9:52 of Rath a chance to catch up a bit. 6:18 of Botker still holding on to third, as we've got a side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th. Checkered flag is out with almost half a lap advantage. Your race winner is going to be the 8:55. Auto Industries, Krychek Racing, RFC Buildings, Climb and Bikemans. Isaac Otto taking the win today. 9:52 of UP Cycles and Sports, Jackson Rath in second. And the 6:18 of Botker rounding out your top 3. Race 16 up next. We got 2 different classes going on here. Starting off, we have your Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 class. The 303 of Cade Chenard. 901 of Jack Roggenkamp. 731 of Jager Cordes. 716 of Jory Cordes. 667 of Austin Kisner. 116 of Sam Berry. 84 of Joshua Berg. 74 of Dawson Tron. 4Z of Alex Forsland. And in the Ditch Banger triples class, we have the 77 of Zach John and the 163 of Alex Gillespie. We got one rider getting the whole shot on this first lap. It's going to be the 303 of Cade Chenard leading the way. Right behind him, we got the 731 and the 77. Cordes and Zach John rounding out your top 3. Zach John's got some company, though, in 4th, trying to make a way up onto the podium. Another lap in the books for the 303 of Cade Chenard leading the way. Cordes in second. And it's the 901 of Roggenkamp able to make his way up to third, stealing that spot from the 77 of Zach John. Now, even though Zach John did get pushed back to 4th, we got to remember, we got 2 classes out on the track now. Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 and Ditch Banger triples. So even though Zach John is currently running 4th overall, he's actually leading his class, the Ditch Banger triples class. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for our competitors. And one last time, onto the front stretch with a commanding lead Checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 303 of Cade Chenard. 731 of Jager Cordis going to finish second. And the 901 of Jack Roggenkamp rounding out your top three. But for the Ditch Banger Triples class, your race winner is going to end up being the 77 of Zach John. Race 17 about to hit the track. Ditch Banger 1990 to 99 Heat 1. Race 18, Ditch Banger 90 to 99 Heat 2 in the staging area. Race 19, transition 8 to 12 on deck. Race 20, Ditch Banger Twins, and race 21, Leaf Spring start making your way up to staging for your races. Ditch Banger 90 to 99, Heat 1, however, Heat race winner, the 318 of Logan Fratelloni, 623 of Mike Pellet, 88 of Luke McNamara, the 4 of Alverson, 9 of Buck, 11 of Hanson, 87 of Hartkop, 104 of Crawford, and the 132 of Jay going to round out your field. It's the 318 of Fratelloni, early race leader, 623, and the 11 of Hanson hot on their tails. As we've got one rider on the backstretch off the pace, not quite sure what's going on there. On the front stretch though, up and over the doubles, another lap in the books for the 318 of Fratelloni. It's the 4 and the 623, Alverson making his way up to second. Pellet back to third. One rider pulling into the infield on the front stretch. Seemed to be having some issues with that sled. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Fratelloni. On the Fratelloni Racing Mystic Lubricants Polaris. 4 of Alverson making his way onto the east end of the track. 623 of Pellet right behind him. But with nearly half a lap advantage, your race winner going to be the 318 of Logan Fratelloni taking that W. Holding on to second, the 4 of Croy Alvarez, and the 623 of Mike Pellet rounding out your top three. Race 18 up next. Ditch Banger 1990 to 99 Heat 2, the second half of this last class we saw. Heat race winner, the 393 of Michael Fruth. We got the 575 of Lighters, 252 of Hanson, 213 of Cole, 97 of Latrino, 81 of Krascha, the 65 of Nelson, and the 32 of Unzi rounding out your field. Through the whoops on the back stretch, one rider with the strong lead taking the whole shot. Bobbling it through the corner, but holding on nice and strong. The 393 of Fruth, your early race leader. 32 of Unzi in second. Then we've got a nice side-by-side battle developing for third and fourth. Out front alone, though, Fruth trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Unzi trying to keep his eyes set, though, as we've got one sled at a standstill on the west end of the track. Another lap in the books for Fruth and Unzi. In third, bobbling, barely holding on, the 575 of Lighters. That's going to give the advantage to the 298 to move up to third. 298 finished second in the heat race, able to move up to third after that bobble from the 575 of Lighters. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 393 of Fruth. Fruth, Unzi, and the 298 rounding out your top three. 575 of Lighters slowly but surely pulling back. Had a little scare on the front stretch. There can only be one winner, though. Checkered flag is out for the 393 of Michael Fruth. Fruth taking the win, sponsored by Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Engel Electric, GM Well Drilling, Opates Metals and Roll-Offs, B&B Built, and 213parts.com. Fruth taking the win in Heat 2 of Ditchbanger 90 to 99 class. Race 19 coming up. Transition 8 to 12 combined. Race 20, Ditchbanger Twins in the staging area. Race 21, Leaf Spring on deck. Race 22, 600 Open 18 plus, and Race 23, WSA X Open 90 to 2003 head to the staging area. Race 19, we got 8 competitors. Heat race winner, the 855 of Ozick Otto, 621 of Diedrich Schwann, 618 of Botker, 535 of Mason Doffey, and 311 of Peyton Weisbrod, 114X of Sadie Berry, 114 of Cade Onstad, the 973 of Wyatt Strazy, rounding out your 7 sled field. Looks like we might have a sled at a standstill on the northwest corner. We're going to give them a couple seconds to get that sled all ready, situated. And in the meantime, I'd like to send another quick shout out to some of our sponsors for the evening. As I've said a couple times before, we are streaming live on MBTVsports.com, MBTV Sports Facebook, X, YouTube, and we got a couple extra special sponsors being able to provide that stream for us tonight. Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation, Aroplax Corporation, and Bodywise Chiropractic Center. Big thank you to them for helping support this live stream tonight. Wouldn't be able to provide that for free to all of you viewers out there if we didn't have the chance to have these sponsors out there. And as another reminder, if you have friends or family who weren't able to make it, heck, even if you got some enemies that you want to show off to, make sure to send them that live stream link. Like I said, we're streaming on MBTVsports.com, MBTV Sports Facebook. Feel free to like and share that, their YouTube page, their X or Twitter, retweet. Make sure your friends and family can be here even if they are not physically in Elk River, Minnesota. Couple other quick thank yous we got here tonight. Some of our key sponsors for ERX. I already mentioned Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation, Aroplax Corporation, and Bodywise Chiropractic Center. Not only are they stream sponsors for tonight, they're also event sponsors for the Sunday Funday races here at ERX. But we also got to thank Fox, CNA Pro Skis, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, Woody's Traction, Henkel Utilities, CF Moto Generators. We still got one sled being pulled away there in the northwest corner of the track. So we got a couple more seconds here until we're able to get back to some green flag action. Coming up next, we have the transition 8 to 12 class, race number 9. Track is clear of our sled, so we will be able to get back to some green flag action in just a second. Sleds are getting all set and ready to go. Starter gives them the thumbs up. Green flag is out. We're transition 8 to 12 combined racing. Onto the northwest corner, taking the whole shot. Seems to be your heat race winner, the 855 of Isaac Otto leading the way. 621 and the 618 right behind, following in suit from their heat race. 618 of Botker's got some company though on his side. Botker has it. One of our other competitors wants it though, and we've got a 5th bike coming into the mix. Out front alone, though, it's still the 855 of Isaac Otto holding on to the lead. Schwann in second. Botker and the 114 of Onstad hot on their tail. Right behind them, the 311 of Weisbrod. Trying to make it a 3-sled battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Botker, Onstad, Weisbrod, 3-4-5. White flag is out for our leaders, though. Out front alone, the 855 of Isaac Otto, doing just what he did in the heat race, putting on a clinic in this transition 8 to 12 combined class. One last time through that final corner onto the front stretch. Auto Industries, Kraychek Racing, RFC Buildings, Climb and Bikeman, give it up for race winner, 855 of Isaac Otto. 621 of Schwann going to take second on the Arcticat R12 Designs Rose HP. And the 618 of Surface Specialists George Bodker going to round out your top three. 5 races left in final number 1 of the evening. Race 20, Ditchbanger Twins about to hit the track. Race 21, Leaf Spring and Staging. Race 22, 600 Open 18. After them, Race 23, WSA X Open. And our final class of the night, Race 24, 2-up races, should all be in staging. Green flag is out for our Ditchbanger Twins. Logan Fratellone, Matthew Thompson, Hunter Wagner, Isaac Ratz, the 68 of Smith, 74 of Trom, 321 of Olson, 716 of Cordis, and 731 of Cordis making your way onto the field. 731 of Jaden Cordis going to be your early race leader. Jager Cordis, 746 of Hunter Wagner in second. Then we've got a side-by-side battle between the 321 of David Olson, I believe that is, and another one of our competitors. Out front alone, though, the 731 of Jager Cordis, bobbling a bit on the front stretch, but pulling away from the rest of the field. Wagner in second. Jager Cordis didn't even finish top 3 in the first heat race, pulling away from the rest of the field as he gains the white flag. One more lap to go for the 731 of Jager Cordis. Side-by-side battle for second and third. Believe that's Matthew Thompson on the 15 and 746 of Hunter Wagner. Wagner's had second this whole race. Thompson wants a piece of it, though. Checkered flag is out for the Lindsey Keene State Farm, Henko Utilities, number 731 of Jager Cordis. Thompson finishing second, Wagner third. Race 21 up next, our Leaf Spring class. 11 racers in this class. Heat race winner, the 69 of Kobe Votworm, 882 of Ezra Smith, 69X of Tyler Worm, 3 of Rumsey, 18 of Coette, 40 of Carlson, 96 of Summer, 96X of Summer, 169 of Peterson, 619 of Clementson, and the 880 of Brady Casper, all making their way on that back stretch through the whoops. A big pack of snow going into the northwest corner. It's a who's who. Anyone could have it. Out front alone, though, it's going to be the 69 of Votworm with a 3-way battle for second, third, and fourth. I saw the 3 of Rumsey in there. I think I saw the 40 of Carlson in there as well. Rumsey secures the second place spot. Behind him, though, I think, don't quote me on this, I think that's the 40 of Carlson right on his tail. As we have a battle for the lead going on. Votworm has it. Rumsey wants it. Side by side for third and fourth. The 40 and the 882 of Smith. Votworm, Rumsey, Carlson, Smith, your top 4. Back onto the front stretch, though. Our second place racer, Rumsey, stalls it in the corner. He was battling for the lead. Now out front all alone taking the white flag. It's the 69 of Votworm. 882 of Ezra Smith pulls up to second. 40 of Carlson rounding out your top 3. As we've got another sled. We got 2 going into each other on the front stretch. We had one sled stall on the front. Second place rider didn't see him and slammed right into his side. That'll bring out the yellow flag. Checkered flag is out though. It's the 69 of Votworm taking the win. 882 of Smith and the 40 of Carlson gonna round out your top three. The two sleds piled up. It looks like the 619 of Clementson and one other racer out there. We had one racer stall it after that double. 619 of Clementson came up and over the jump but couldn't see the rider. Slammed right into his side. It's the 69X of Tyler Worm, who finished third in the heat. Worm is the one that stalled on the front stretch. Clementson slammed right into his side. We're going to give these racers a chance to get all situated, ready to go before we get up to race 22. 3 more races to go. Race 22, we got 4 riders out there. Heat race winner, the 712 of Lane Peterson, the 068 of Peyton Smith, 316 of Tanner Drsecki, and the 621. Making sure our downed riders are all good on the infield before we give the green flag to our next class. All riders are okay, we've gotten the confirmation, but still need a couple seconds to get situated. Green flag is out for race 22, 600 open, 18 plus. Out front early, doing what he did in the first race. Heat race winner, the 712 of Lane Peterson, taking the whole shot. Peterson wheeling through the doubles, up and over the front stretch tabletop. It's the 068 of Peyton Smith in second. Peterson, bit of space before we get back to the 068 of Smith. Single file throughout the field as we get back onto the front stretch. Once again, wheeling over the double, the 712 of Peterson, 068 of Smith. Side-by-side battle, but it's the 316 of Drsecki that has third. The 621 trying to battle up and take that spot over. Drsecki back to fourth. White flag is out for the 712 of Peterson. One more lap to go for Lane Peterson. Smith in the 621 rounding out your top 3. Half a lap left for our competitors. Checkered flag is out. And as long as nothing goes wrong, it looks like your race winner, FXR Plastade, JP Premier Excavating, All-Terrain Fabrication, Lano Equipment. Give it up for the 712 of Lane Peterson, taking the race win. Smith, sponsored by Olson Plumbing, River Valley Repair, going to take second. And our 621 rounding out the top 3. 2 races left in our final round 1 of the evening. WSA X Open, race number 23. About to hit the track in our 2-up race, race number 24, up after. For WSA X Open, heat race winner, the 303 of Cade Chenard, 87 of Garrett Pollock, 746 of Hunter Wagner, 731 of Jager Cordes, and the 61 of Kenny Mandrick, rounding out your 5 sled field. Green flag is out. Single file through the whoops, through the northwest corner of the track, up onto the front stretch. Your whole shot and early race leader is going to be the 61 of Mandrick. Mandrick had been leading the heat race early on, pulled off after about a lap, so let's see how Mandrick does this time by. Chenard gets a little squirrely on that east side corner. Holding on to third, though. It's Mandrick, Chenard, your top two. Mandrick puts another lap in the books. Chenard hot on his tail. And it's the 7:31 of Jaeger Cordes rounding out your top three. Pollock and Wagner rounding out your field. Out front alone and uncontested, though. Pulling away from our second place rider, one straightaway ahead. Kenny Mandrick out of Neben, Ontario puts in another lap. Cade Chenard holding on to second. 7:31 of Jaeger Cordes in third. Another lap in the books for Mandrick, clearing that front stretch tabletop through the rollers on the inside of the east side turns. Chenard taking the outside line along with the 7:31 of Cordes. That outside line looking popular in this race today, as all five competitors take the outside line on the east side. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Mandrick, with a half a lap advantage on the second place rider, the 303 of Cade Chenard. Another lap in the books for Chenard and the 7:31 of Cordes. But this race, the man to beat was the 61 of Kenny Mandrick from Neben, Ontario, taking the race win, wheeling up and over the start-finish line tabletop. Mandrick, your race winner. 303 of Cade Chenard finishing second. And it's going to be the 7:31 of Jaeger Cordes rounding out your top three. Final race of this round of features. We have our two-up race, race 24. Now again, the way that this race, or the way that tonight's working, we finish these races here, and similar to how we did with the heats, we're going to take another quick 10 to 15 minute intermission, make sure the track is all ready to go before we come back for our final round of finals, final number 2. And we will run through all of these yet again. But this is our final race for this first set of finals, our two-up race, race number 24. We had 5 racers signed up initially. During the heats, we had 1 sled of 2 racers. And if I'm seeing correctly, it looks like we might have 2 sleds this time by. We're going to give our racers just another minute to get all situated at the starting line. Another quick reminder for anyone who wasn't able to make it tonight, make sure you send them the link to MBTVsports.com. Share the Facebook page, the YouTube channel, the X page, retweet it. We are live streaming on there tonight. So even if someone wasn't able to make it, you want them to see this racing action here at ERX tonight, shoot them those links so that they can be experiencing this from the warmth of their own homes. Our starter checks to make sure our 2-ups are ready to go. Green light is out, and we've got 2 duos taking the back stretch through the whoops. Like I said, we had 5 sleds lined up, or we had 5 sleds on the list here. 1 for the heats. Now we've got a second here for this first round of features. Out front early in the lead, though, it's the 377 machine. Followed behind them, the 77, piloted by Zach John. 377 was the crew that was there for the first 2-up race of the night. 77 of Zach John in addition to this second round. Currently on the list, however, for the race. Up and over the start-finish line jump. 377 crew pulling away from the 77 of the Zach John team. We got a little bumping and banging on the corners. Zach John swapping around the riders as our other competitors are stuck on the outside turn on the east side of the track. Seems like we got the sled stalled. And as the 77 of Zach John's team makes their way around, looks like we are going to throw the red flag. Right as the 377 team's able to make their way back up. Zach John's team back at it. Red flag is still out.
It's 311.
311. Oh, thank you.
Groomer on the track, groomer on the track.
Seems as though the 311 has pulled off. Checkered flag is out for the 77 team of Zach John, wheeling up and over the start-finish line jump. That brings us to an end for finals round number 1 of the evening. Like I said, similar to how we operated with the heats, we will be back in about 10-15 minutes after this short intermission. Our groomer's going to head out, make sure the track conditions are all set and ready to go. Before we get back to some green flag action here in a few minutes, for those streaming live on MBTVSports.com, make sure you head back over after this short intermission. For those in the grandstands here, stop on over at the Honey Pot, get a nice warm beverage, some nice warm food in your stomach to get you all set and ready to go for this final round of racing here at ERX Motor Park.
Hotels.com knows that planning your book club annual trip can get chaotic. Self-improvement Steve needs a hotel gym, and poor Harriet posted the group chat about budget.
Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. This is your final announcement for our first 3 classes of the evening. Race number 1, 120 improved stock. Race number 2, 200 open. And race number 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12 heat 1. To make your way to the staging area as we will be starting green flag action on our final set of feature races for the evening in just a few minutes. Once again, racers in race number 1, 120 improved stock, race number 2, 200 open, and race number 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12 heat 1. Make your way up to staging. This is your final announcement. Racers in race number 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12 heat 2, and race number Good evening, race fans. Well, we're finally at that final moment of the night. We're about to start our second round of finals here on night number 1 of week number 2 for the Sunday Funday race series here at ERX Motor Park. We've called a couple races up already. Race number 1, 120 improved stock. Race number 2, 200 open. Race number 3, 200 stock, 9 to 12 heat 1. You all should be back up at the staging area if you're not already. Races number 4 and 5. 200 stock, 9 to 12 heat 2, and 120 stock. If you haven't already, make your way up to staging as well, as you will be hitting the track here in just a few minutes. Our flaggers are making their way onto the track right now, so we have just a couple moments till we are back to some green flag action. As a reminder, this is our final set of feature races for the night, but we will be back tomorrow for day number 2 of week number 2 for the Sunday Funday race series. A little quick look at the schedule of events for tomorrow. Sunday, January 5th, gates open at 7:30 a.m. Registration opens at 8 a.m. 9:15 a.m. riders meeting here at the chalet. 10:15 a.m. is when we start practice. And then at 11 a.m. is when we go to green flag action. We will have heat 1, followed by final 1, followed by heat 2, and ending out our day with final 2. So make sure you're here bright and early tomorrow. We'll get back to some green flag action then, but in the meantime, we are setting up for our final set of races here tonight for the Saturday portion of this week's events. Like I've been saying, this is week number 2 of the Sunday Funday 2025 series. We were here on December 21st and 22nd. We're here this weekend. We'll be back February 1st and 2nd for another doubleheader, followed by February 8th and 9th for yet another doubleheader before we head over to the Wisconsin portion of the Sunday Funday series. March 2nd will be in Eau Claire, Wisconsin at the Rock Falls Raceway. And the following week, we have a doubleheader at the Silver Mine Ski Jump, March 8th and 9th in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Then we will be finalizing our 2025 Sunday Funday series back here at ERX Motor Park in Elk River, Minnesota for the last 2 races of the series, March 15th and 16th. So we've got a lot of action coming at you guys in the next couple months. Make sure to stick on the Facebook page here. Check out all our announcements on the website so you can stay up to date with the 2025 Sunday Funday Racing Series. As another quick reminder, we do have live streaming going on here from MBTV Sports all weekend. We are streaming live on MBTVsports.com, as well as the MBTV Sports Facebook page. Just a like and share away to all your family and friends. Streaming live on the MBTV Sports YouTube, as well as the MBTV Sports X channel. So if you haven't already, make sure you like and follow all of those pages so you can stay up to date not only with tonight's festivities, but the rest of this weekend's as well, along with other live streaming opportunities. Speaking of, if you guys have any live streaming events that you would like to host over the next few months, feel free to reach out to Matt Bowl at mbtvsports.com, where he will be able to help schedule you for live streaming events here in the area as well. Everything from other races to concerts, anything you guys need live streaming for, MBTV Sports is able to help out with. Feel free to reach out on the website, through the Facebook page. Check in on some of those live streaming events as we are bringing them to you as often as we can. Out now, though, we have our first race of the evening. 120 improved stock. Green flag is out. 7 racers tonight. The 725 of Owen Halata, 257 Parker Reeves, 912 of Daxton Watroba, the 820 of Wade Short, 216 of Carter Lang, 123X of Noah Olson, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Chase Reinhofer, heat race winner, finished second in the first feature, leading the pack as the first racer to go past the green flag for our finals round 2 of the evening. Setting a blistering pace out there. Was battling with the 725 of Owen Halada last time around. Leading once again as he did in the heat races earlier today. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 88 of Chase Reinhofer out of Malacca, Minnesota. Side-by-side battle for second and third as the 725 of Owen Halada overtakes the 216 of Carter Lang. These are the 3 sleds that have been duking it out, battling back and forth during the heats and feature, trying to solidify their finishes here in this final feature race of their night. One last time through the west end corner, onto the front stretch, over the roller, through the double. Checkered flag is out for your feature race winner, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Side by side for second and third. Too close for this announcer to call, but it looked like it was the 725 of Owen Halada taking second, 216 of Carter Lang finishing third. Race 2 up next, 200 open. 4 racers today. 929 of Walter Streese, your winner in the previous 2 races. 612 of Jace Wurzberger behind him. 989 of Tyler Custodio in third, and the 311 of Levi Murtha in fourth. We're getting our sleds all lined up over in the starting gate. Make sure these 200 open racers are all set and ready to go before we send some green flag action their way. Final competitor of the 120 improved stock class making their way off the track. Track is clear. Starter checks the racers, make sure they're all ready. Green is out. We are 200 open racing. Single file through the whoops on the backstretch. Out front, just as he's done the first 2 races, the 929 of Walter Streese leading the way. On the Skidoo, Walter Streese, a ripe 10 years old. Right behind him, we got the 612 of Wurzberger in second, the 989 of Custodio in third. Sitting in the same layout that they had for the first 2 races of the evening. Streese, Wurzberger, Custodio, Murtha. Through the whoops, Wurzberger putting a little bit of pressure on Streese. Wurzberger might be trying to capitalize on this lead here. Takes the inside route, Streese to the outside. Wurzberger's got the rollers side by side on the front stretch. White flag is out. 612 of Wurzberger with the advantage this time by. One more lap to go for Wurzberger and Streese. Who's it gonna be? Onto the backstretch through the whoops. Streese takes over the lead once again. Wurzberger hot on his tail. He's got half a lap to make this work. Both go to the inside line. Streese about 2 sled lengths ahead, up and over the rollers. Got a nice pull coming out of this turn. Checkered flag is out. Streese gonna take the win. Wurzberger gonna finish second. Custodio rounding out your top 3. Race 3 about to hit the track, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1. Race 4 in staging, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 2. Race 5, 120 stock in the pen. Race 6, junior girls under 200cc. And race 7, 200 stock, 4 to 8, heat 1. Start making your way up to the staging area. For 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1, we got 7 competitors. Caleb Reinhofer on the 21, Brantley Lambrecht on the 10, Carson May on the 122, the 327 of Ellie Botker, 524 of Michael Rambo, 708 of JC Carlson, and the 939 of Everett Storley leading the field. Double file throughout the pack. Out front, though, side by side, it's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer doing what he did the first 2 races. 939 of Everett Storley in second, also following suit. Reinhofer and Storley both finishing 1 and 2 in the first 2 races. If Storley has something to say with it, he might be trying to mount a challenge. Side by side on the front stretch. It's still Reinhofer and Storley. Little bit of space before we get back to the 524 of Rambo and the 122 of May. May trying to bring it up into the mix. Fighting to battle for that third place spot from the 524 of Rambo. White flag is out. Half a lap left to go for our two leaders. One last time into the west end turns. Both taking the outside, cutting down to the inside, side by side, up and over the start-finish line jump. Checkered flag is out for the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, sweeping the 200 stock 9-12 Heat 1 class today. Storley in second, Rambo finishing the night third. Track is clear. Race number 4 about to hit. 200 stock 9-12 Heat 2. 115 of Lane Onstad. 199 of Ethan Korgard. 257 of Logan Reeves. 311 of Levi Murtha. 612 of Jace Wurzberger. 17 of Owen. 56 of Kimball. As the lights are out, we're back to racing. Single file for our first two racers. Side by side for 3 and 4. Onto the front stretch. Most racers opting to take the outside, but it's one out front. The 115 of Lane Onstad, 199 of Korgard in second, and we've got a side-by-side between the 17 of Owen and I believe the 257 or the 612 of Wurzberger in third. Onstad, Korgard, Wurzberger, your top three currently. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 115 of Lane Onstad. 199 of Korgard, 612 of Wurzberger, 17 of Owen, your top four. 257 of Logan Reeves just outside on the top 5. And pulling away from the rest of the field, making his way around that west side bowl turn, taking the outside line, through the double, up and over the start-finish line tabletop. Checkered flag is out for the all-finished concrete FXR Bell Bank number 115 of Lane Onstad. Race number 5 about to hit the track, 120 stock. Race 6, junior girls under 200cc in the staging area. Race 7, 200 stock 4-8 Heat 1. Race 8, 200 stock 4-8 Heat 2. And Race 9, snow scoot snow sport. Make your way up to staging. For Race 5, the 120 stock class, we got the 100 of August Nelson, 215 of Clay Lang, 122X of Jack Erickson, 25B of Bowden Nelson, 820 of Wade Short, 829 of Bryson Letourneau, and the 905 of Willow Abraham rounding out your field. Green flag is out, as it seems like we have 4 of our competitors making it out for this second final of the night. We were scheduled to have 7 racers, starting off with 4, so just above 50%. As we got 1 going around on the west corner. Green flag is out. 905 of Willow Abraham leading the pack. 215 of Clay Lang, your heat race winner in second. And the 122X of Jack Erickson rounding out your top 3. Side by side on the northeast side of the track, onto the back stretch through the whoops. Abraham's got it. Lang wants it. Yellow flag in the west end corner. Both racers are going to opt to take the outside to avoid that flag, as our one competitor still up, stalled in that corner. And that's able to give the advantage that Abraham needed to pull out further. Abraham receiving the white flag. 1 more lap to go for the 905. 215 of Clay Lang finished third in the first feature. Won the heat race. Currently taking second. 905 of Willow Abraham finished second both races. He's been itching for a race win tonight. Might just be getting it here. One last time onto the front stretch, past the yellow flag and our downed competitor. Checkered flag is out. They've gotten 2 second places tonight, adding a W to the belt. Give it up for the FXR CNA Pro Ski Rock Speed FX Woodies, number 905 of Willow Abraham taking the win. Lang Construction, Clay Lang's 215 gonna take second. And we got the C. Olson Concrete, number 122X of Jack Erickson, rounding out your top 3. We'll give our stalled racer a chance to get off the track before we get to race number 6, Junior Girls under 200cc. Your winner from the first 2 races, the 708 of J.C. Carlson from Litchfield, Minnesota. Finishing second, the 327 of Ellie Botker, 179 of Emmy Simonson, and the 521 of Paisley Woidla following behind. 311R of Leah Pellet, and the 619 of Aubrey Erickson rounding out your 6 sled field. Race number 6 about to hit the track. Race number 7 about to hit the track afterwards. 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 1 in staging. Race 8 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 2 up on deck. Race 9 Snow Scoot Snow Sport and race 10 Pro 206 should be making their way up to staging. Track is clear of our downed rider. Front stretch going to give them the okay. Racers are ready. Green light is out. And we're Junior Girls racing. 6 competitors making their way through the whoop section. Staggered start for them. Not quite single file, not quite double file, as they're all fighting for that lead position. Through the corner, up and over the doubles, we've got one out in the lead. Just like we've seen the last 2 races, the 708 of J.C. Carlson leading the way, 327 of Bodker in second, and I believe that's the 619 of Aubrey Erickson rounding out your podium. Erickson hasn't gotten a podium yet in this class tonight. Fighting to get one in this second final. Single file throughout the field, a close little battle there at the back of the pack between our 5th and 6th place competitors. But out front alone, just like we've seen all night, white flag is out for the 708 of J.C. Carlson from Litchfield, Minnesota. Botker in second. Erickson rounding out your top 3. 179 of Simonson in 4th. 521 of Woodula in 5th. And Pellet rounding out your top 6. Out and around the west end corner. Through the inside groove this time, up and over the double. Checkered flag is out for the 708 of J.C. Carlson, sweeping the class tonight. 327 of Botker finishing second in all. And the 619 of Erickson rounding out this race's podium. Race 7 up next, 200 stock 4 to 8 heat number 1. Race winner from the past 2, the 23 of Liam Peterson, 216 of Carter Lang, 989 of Tyler Custodio, 10R of Ryder Bitson, 103 of Taylor Cunningham, 409 of Hayes Carlson, 410 of Owen Lance, and 729 of Noah Olson. 7 sleds making their way through the hole shot. Out front, though, can't say we're shocked with the performance from earlier. It's a 3-cart battle. 23 of Peterson to the inside. 989 of Custodio might have actually had the advantage over the start-finish line, but they're all side by side now going in. 23 of Peterson secures the lead. 216 of Lang in second. Custodio in third. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 23 of Peterson. Going to see if he can sweep this class. Lang and Custodio battling it out for second and third. Custodio takes the low line, but Lang able to push through. Peterson, Lang, Custodio, your top three. A little bit of space before we get back to your fourth place rider. I believe that's the 729 of Olson. Checkered flag is out though. Again, sweeping the class, the 23 of Liam Peterson, sponsored by Speedworks and N Squared Motorsports. Race 7 coming to a close. Race 8 about to hit the track. 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 2. Race winner in the past 2 times. 524 of Michael Rambo. 517 of Noah Abraham. 910 of Henrik Storley. 85 of Colton Neifel. 100 of Jace Kostecki. 102 of Breck May. 140 of Brecken Gossinger. And the 200 of Easton Geyer rounding out your 8 sled field for heat number 2 of 200 stock 4 to 8. Out front alone though, the 524 of Michael Rambo gonna take the whole shot, but not without some company behind him this time by. Rambo gonna take the early lead. The 99 right behind him. 910 of Storley holding on to third. Pulling away from the rest of the field, Michael Rambo trying to distance himself from the rest of the pack to secure this sweep. Back onto the front stretch over the double, leading up to the start-finish line tabletop. White flag is out for Rambo. Abraham up to third, Storley back to fourth, as we've got the 99 sitting in third place right now. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for the Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doperalski State Farm, Dordlinger Ford, WPS Fly Racing, number 524 of Michael Rambo. 517 of Noah Abraham going to finish second with the 99 rounding out your top three. Race number 9 up next, Snow Scoot Snow Sport. Race 10, Pro 206 in the staging area. Race 11, WSAX 440 and 600 improved on deck. Race 12, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 and Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12. And race 13, Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17 should be making their way up. For the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class, we got the 8, your winner from the previous 2 races. The 75, the 3 of Leo Schmeidecker. The 02 of Addison Schmeidecker. 5 sleds, I believe, for race number 9, Snow Scoot Sport. Lights are out. We're Snow Scoot Snow Sport racing. 4 Yamahas duking it out on the back stretch. 5 Yamahas duking it out. Onto the front stretch. 8, 3, 75, your top 3 riders. 8 making it like the last 2, looking for another sweep. We've had a couple sweeps tonight. We're only 8 races in. And if my math is proving correctly, I think we've had 4 different sweeps so far where a rider has won all 3 races. The heat, final 1, and final 2. And we might see a couple more tonight, including this class, the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. White flag is out for the number 8. One more lap to go. Leo Schmeidecker in third, as we're single file throughout the field. 44 making their way up and over the start-finish line jump. Checkered flag is out. One more lap to go. And just like that, sweeping the class, the number 8 making their way across. The 3 of Leo Schmeidecker going to finish second, 75 in third. As this brings us to race number 10 of the evening, Pro 206. We've had a couple different swaps around for the lead. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer and the 517 of Noah Abraham, both race winners tonight. 25K of Cashton Nelson, a double podium finisher. 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 257 of Logan Reeves, 521 of Paisley Woidla, and the 612 of Jace Wurzberger rounding out the field. Track is clear. 7 racers. Starter checks them, makes sure all is good to go. Looks like we got one racer from the previous race making their way over. Pulling some double duty on the sleds tonight. So we're going to give them a second to get all situated. They're running on over to their sled. The race has already started for one of our competitors. They're up and on their sled, all ready to go. Huffing and puffing from the last race, ready to go for this next one. Starter checks the racers. Green light is out. We're Pro 206 racing. A full group of them on the backstretch, but out front early. Caleb Reinhofer taking the early lead as we've got one going up and over. Almost getting run over by his competitors. Caleb Reinhofer holding on to the lead. The 88 of Chase Reinhofer in second as the 517 of Abraham is able to pass by. Abraham up to second now. This will be a nice little battle here at the front. Caleb Reinhofer on the 21, your current race leader. Noah Abraham on the 517 in second. The race winner from last time around. Reinhofer to the inside, up and over the double. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Reinhofer. Abraham and the 25K of Nelson following behind, along with the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Through the whoops one last time. Through the inside groove, up and over those double singles on the west end. Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-star heating. Checkered flag is out for the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. With the 517 of Noah Abraham finishing second tonight. Race number 11 about to hit the track. We got 2 classes in here tonight. WSA X 440 improved and WSA X 600 improved. 393 of Fruth, 777 of Jonah Polson, 417 of Tyson Orr, and the 252 of Rob Hansen in the 600 class. 27 of Woike and the 47 of Rats in the 440 class. The whole shot, however, is going to end up going to the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, who's been dominating tonight. We might see yet another sweep in this class. Fruth racing in the 600 class. Won the past 2 races. And leading this 600 class. Little battle going on for second and third. Fruth still up front. In second place, we now have the 27 of Jesse Woike. Now, I've said it a couple times tonight, but this is always a fun class to watch because we have two classes on the track. We actually have our top two competitors both leading their own races. So even though the 27 of Woike may be in second place overall, he is still winning the 440 improved class right now. So we got two race leaders up front. Following behind in third overall, but second in the 600 class is the 417 of Tyson Orr, followed behind by the 777 of Jonah Poulsen. Poulsen able to make the pass on the east end, back through the whoops. Poulsen now up to third overall. 417 of Orr isn't going to go without a fight, though. Checkered flag is out. Barely. The 393 of Mitchell Fruth going to take the win. 27 of Jesse Woike finishing second. And the 777 of Jonah Poulsen in third. Race 12, halfway through this final set of races for the evening, sees the junior ditch banger 10 to 13 and kids ditch banger classes. 00 of Bennett Morey, 1 of Nagus, 27 of Scott, 59 of Knighton, 99 of Reisnick, 207 of Kisner, 363 of Harris, and the 56 of Kimball in the ditch banger kids class. Drag race on the front stretch. First green flag by an inch is going to go to the 207 of Kisner. Kisner has won both races in this class tonight. Again, we might see yet another sweep by Avery Kisner up here as they slowly but surely pull away from their second place competitor. I believe in second that might be the 59 making a pass now. The 59 of Lyric Knighton finished second in the first two races. Able to pass back up to second, might finish second yet again today. Right behind them, we got the 00 of Morey in third overall. Single file for our top three competitors, but we got a nice little battle going on there for fourth and fifth. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 207 of Avery Kisner out of Monticello, Minnesota. Knighton adding another lap into the books. Morey following in suit. And it's the 1 and the 99, Nagus versus Reisnick for fourth and fifth. Nice little battle going on there. Yet another sweep. Checkered flag is out for the 207 of Avery Kisner, winning all three races in the junior ditch banger class. 59 of Knighton. And the 56 of Kimball making their way over the checkered flag, winning the kids ditch banger 8 to 12 class. Race 13 about to head out, junior ditch banger 13 to 17. Race 14, transition 8 to 10 in the staging area. Race 15, junior 10 to 13 on deck. Race 16, ditch banger 2000 to 2009 and ditch banger triples. And race 17, ditch banger 1990 to 99 heat 1 make your way up to staging. On the track now, junior ditch banger 13 to 17. 00X of Braden Morey, 18 of Curtis, passing the start-finish line. Curtis, Morey, and the 942 of Strees, your top three. We got the 68, the 861, and a stalled 454 on the front stretch. Jack Harris stalling it on the start-finish line, able to get back started. It's still Curtis up front, Morey in second, Strees in third. Curtis absolutely dominating the junior ditch banger class today. Yet again looking for a full sweep in this class. Side-by-side battle for third and fourth between the 942 of Strees and the, I believe that's the 861 of Austin Piro in fourth, trying to make their way up. Curtis taking the white flag. One more lap to go for Cole Curtis. Double OX of Maury in second. And it's actually the 68 rounding out the top three. 68 took the final step of the podium last time around. 942 of Streese in 4. 861 of Piro in 5th. But out front, checkered flag is out for your next race sweeper, the 18 of Cole Curtis from Elk River, Minnesota. Curtis, Maury in second, sponsored by On Track Overhead Door and Barnesville DQ. And the 68 rounding out your top three. Race 14, transition 8 to 10 up next. Double race winner, the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham, sponsored by Atwater Ford, Dooley's Petroleum, FXR, Ham Seeds. The 114 of Whitboy's Sadie Berry from Chatfield, Minnesota. The 10 of BCM Racing LLC, MP Nexelville's Brantley Lambrick. The 115 of Lane Onstead. 526 of Jace Jeske, and the 707 of Easton Norman rounding out your 6 sled field. On the front stretch, whole shot in the early lead is going to be the 10 of Brantley Lamchek and the 114 of Sadie Berry in second, trying to make that pass for the lead. Berry able to secure the lead on the backstretch. Berry now up to the lead. Lambrecht back to second. And a little bit of space before we get back to your previous race winner, the 603 of Cunningham. Cunningham had been looking to sweep this series today, winning the first 2 races. Gonna have to put in some double work to try to make it work this time by. Cunningham up to second, able to pass Lambrecht. Lambrecht back to third. It's still Sadie Berry up front in the lead, though. The Whit Boys Skidoo out of Chatfield, Minnesota, trying to secure that final W of the night. Onto the front stretch. White flag is out for the 114 of Berry. Cunningham in second. Side by side for third, it's Lambrecht in the 115 of Onstead. Onstead trying to put up a fight for that third place spot. Hasn't been able to podium in this class yet tonight. Looking to do so in this final race of the evening. The checkered flag is in her sights. One last time around the west corner. It'll be a drag race. The upset of the night. 114 of Sadie Berry gonna take the win. 603 of Isaiah Cunningham not able to secure the sweep, finishes second. 10 of Brantley Lambrecht taken third. Track is clear. Race 15 about to hit the track. 855 of Isaac Otto from Brainerd, Minnesota. The 952 of Jackson Rath. 621 of Dedrick Schwann. 618 of George Botker. 521 of Julia Olson. 311 of Peyton Weisbrod. And 114 of Cade Onstad. Looks like we got 5 sleds making the call tonight. Out front early, just like earlier, the 855 of Otto, 952 of Rath, and a side-by-side battle for third and fourth. Just like we saw in the junior 10 to 13 races earlier today, Otto absolutely pulling away from the rest of the field. Only 1 lap in and already half a straightaway ahead of his second place competitor, the 952 of Rath. It's the 621 of Schwann in third, with the 618 of Botker in fourth. Single file throughout the field. Up onto the front stretch, 1 more lap to go. Otto, Rath, Schwann, Botker, and Onstad, your top 5. Looks like it was the 311 of Peyton Weisbrod not making the call tonight. And checkered flag is out. Yet another sweep on this evening. Give it up for the Auto Industries, Krychek Racing, RFC Buildings, Climb and Bikeman, number 855 of Isaac Otto, taking away the sweep. 952 of Rath in second, 621 of Schwann in third. Race 16 about to hit the track. Ditch Banger 2000, 2009, and Ditch Banger triples. Race 17, Ditch Banger 1990 to 99, Heat 1 in the staging area. Race 18, Ditch Banger 1990 to 99, Heat 2. Race 19, Transition 8 to 12, and Race 20, Ditch Banger twins. Make your way on over to staging. 2 classes in this race. 4Z of Forsland, 74 of Tron, 84 of Berg. But out front, it's the 303 of Cade Chenard doing what he knows best. 731 of Cordes in second. And then we've got nice battles going on for third on back. Single file, yet close racing. Battles for third and fourth, fifth and sixth. Chenard still up front, wheeling over the start stretch. 731 of Cordes making his way in second. And it's the 77 of Zach John in third place overall, leading his Ditch Bangers triple class. Up front, a nice little battle starting, however. White flag is out for the 303 of Chenard and the 731 of Cordes. Pass for third overall. The 901 of Roggenkamp makes his way up to third. 77 of John in fourth overall. First in his class of the Ditch Banger triples. We got a nice little side-by-side battle for fifth and sixth. And some battles even going on at the back of the field as well. Checkered flag is out. Frattallone's racing, Cade Chenard finishing first. 731 of Jager Cordes in second. And the 901 of Roggenkamp in third. Race 17 up next. The 318 of Logan Fratallone leading the way with 2 race wins. 623 of Mike Pellet in second. The 4 of Croy Alverson in third. 88 of Luke McNamara in fourth. The 9 of Tyler Buck. 11 of Drew Hansen. 87 of Hartkop. 104 of Nathan Crawford, and the 132 of Christopher J. rounding out your field. Green light is out. 9 Ditch Bangers hitting the track, but seems like only 5 are making the call. Onto the front stretch. Leading early on. It's the 623 of Pellet in the early lead. Pellet finished third and second respectively in the last 2 races. Looks like they're trying to take away the sweep from the 318 of Fratallone. Battles for second and third as they're slowly but surely catching up to the leader of Pellet. Onto the front stretch. Pellet's still holding on to that lead. In second place, we got the 88 of McNamara. And it seems as though your first 2 race winners, the 318 of Logan Fratallone, is not even out on the track right now. Pellet holding on strong to that lead, but getting quite a battle from McNamara behind him. About 4 sled lengths in between Pellet and McNamara before we get back to the 11 of Hansen in third. A pass for the lead on the back stretch as McNamara's up to the lead now. McNamara up to first, Pellet back to second. One final corner. McNamara finished third in the first race. Slides out, drag race to the end. McNamara gonna take the win. Pellet in second. Hansen rounding out your top 3 for race 17. Race 18, Ditch Banger 90 to 99, Heat 2 about to hit the track. Race 19, Transition 8 to 12 combined in the staging area. Race 20, Ditch Banger Twins on deck. 21 of Leaf Spring and race 22 of 600 Open up in staging. Green flag is out for Ditch Banger Heat 2. 393 of Fruth. As we've got one sled up and over, rolling around. That's going to draw the caution. Out front, it's the 32 of Unzi. Unzi in the early lead. Pressure right behind him in second. Unzi finished second last time around, didn't even podium during the heat, but he's leading feature 2. And it's the 97 of Letrino in third, and the 298 in fourth. Sorry, Letrino in second, 298 in third. And it looks like it was the 393 of Mitchell Fruth who was going up and over on that first corner. Fruth's night come to a close. White flag is out for Unzi. One more lap to go. Letrino in second. 298 in third. As we got another sled spun on the west side. Getting things restarted up there. '65 of Nelson making their way across the start-finish line. One last time, checkered flag is out. Nash Unzi is a feature race winner. Unzi Racing, 310 Industries, Wilkstoffer Contracting, sponsored out of Forest Lake, Minnesota, going to take the win. Jack Letrino in second, 298 in third. Race 19 on the track, transition 8 to 12 combined. 8:55 of Isaac Otto swept the first two races. 6:21 of Diedrich Schwann in second. 6:18 of George Botker in third. 1:14 of Onstead. 1:14X of Barry. 3:11 of Weisbrod. 5:35 of Doffing. And the 9:73 of Strasey rounding out your 8-sled pack. One of our sleds making their way off the track from the previous race. Track is clear. And we are transition 8 to 12 racing. Out front alone, like we've seen all night, the 8:55 of Isaac Otto gonna take the whole shot. Otto rocketing onto the front stretch. Right behind him, the 6:18 of Botker and the 9:73 of Strasey in third. Otto, Botker, Strasey 1, 2, 3, as we've got a side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th, and another side-by-side for 6th and 7th. But out front, hard to say we expected else. Pulling away from the field, the 8:55 of Otto putting on a clinic here tonight. We've got competition for third as the 1:14 of Onstead tries to make a move on the 9:73 of Strasey. Strasey's got third. Onstead wants it. And Strasey with the pressure able to pull away a bit. White flag is out for Otto. One more lap to go in this transition 8 to 12 class. Otto, Botker, Strasey, Onstead. And checkered flag is out. Yet another sweep on the evening. Auto Industries, Krychek Racing, RFC Buildings, Climb and Bike Man. Give it up for Brainerd, Minnesota's Isaac Otto on the 8:55. George Botker going to finish second on the 6:18 with the 9:73 of Wyatt Strasey rounding out your top three. Up next, race 20. 5 more races to go tonight. Ditchbanger Twins about to hit the track. Race 21 of Leaf Spring in the staging area. Race 22, 600 Open 18 plus on deck. Race 23, WSAX Open. And race 24, the 2-up race, rounding out our 5 races for the rest of the evening. Out front early in this Ditchbanger Twins class, taking the whole shot this time around. It's going to be the 731 of Jaeger Cordes taking the lead. 746 of Hunter Wagner in second. As we're single file throughout the field. Little battle developing for third and fourth. But out front alone, it's the 731 of Jaeger Cordes, who won the last race in this class. Cordes taking another lap. Wagner in second. And the 15 of Thompson in third. Battle for second and third. Wagner and Thompson are only two racers in this class to podium both races tonight. White flag is out for the 731 of Cordes, though. Side by side, slight advantage to the 15 of Thompson. Thompson taking over second from Wagner. Wagner back to third. But not going without a fight. Onto the front stretch. Leading by half a straightaway. Your feature race winner, the 731 Jaeger Cordes. Sponsored by Lindsey Keene State Farm, Hanco Utilities, and Dad's Wallet, taking the win. Race 21, Leaf Spring. Double race winner, the 69 of Kobe Votworm, 40 of Luke Carlson, 69X of Tyler Worm, 882 of Ezra Smith, 880 of Brady Casper, Cooper Clemston piloting the 619, 169 of Karsten Peterson, Brighton Summer on the 96X, the 3 of Jay Rumsey, and the 18 of Cooper Couette. Out front alone, though, it's the 96 of Douglas Summer who's going to be getting the whole shot this time around, as we've got two sleds going off the track. With a pass on the front stretch, the 69 of Votworm back up to the lead. Rumsey in second. And then a little battle between the 96 of Summer, currently in fourth, pushing to take over that third place spot. Votworm, Rumsey, your top two pulling away from the rest of the field. Another lap in the books for Votworm. Rumsey hot on his tail. Rumsey getting a little squirrely on the front stretch, as we got one rider going around on the inside of the west end corner. Ezra Smith holding on to that third place spot. Two challengers right behind him, though. Half a lap advantage to our top two racers. Votworm still leading the charge. Rumsey now about 10 sled lengths behind. Got a little slideways on the west end side. Rumsey lost a little bit of space, but it's still the 882 of Smith in third, followed by dual 96s. The 96X of Brighton Summer in fourth, 96 of Douglas Summer in fifth. And one final time up through the start-finish line tabletop. Another sweeper for the night. The 69 of Kobe Votworm taking the win. Worm Lawn and Landscaping's number 3 of Jay Rumsey in second. And the 882 of Ezra Smith in third. Race 22 about to hit the track. 600 open, 18 plus. Race 23 in the staging area, WSA X Open. And our final race of the evening, 2-up race just behind them. For race 22, we got 4 competitors. Your race winner for the past 2 races in this class, the 712 of Lane Peterson, the 068 of Peyton Smith, the 316 of Tanner Drachecki, and the 621 rounding out your 4-sled field. Out front, your whole shot and current race winner, the 712 of Lane Peterson, Following suit with the last two races, the heat and the feature in this class. Peterson going to lead the charge yet again. Smith following in suit in second. And it's the 316 of Drachecki in third. Side by side on the back stretch. Through the whoops, Drachecki has third. The 621 trying to take over that final podium spot. Peterson pulling away from Smith. Smith trying to hold on to the tail. And the 621 able to move their way up to third place. Drachecki back to fourth. Single file throughout the pack. White flag is out for Peterson. One more lap to go in our 600 Open 18-plus class. Peterson and Smith taking the outside line. 621 and Drachecki taking the inside over on the east side of the track. But out front, we've seen it all day. They held on strong for the final race. FXR Plasted, JP Premier Excavating, Minnesota Equipment, Highway 47, number 712 of Lane Peterson taking the win. Olson Plumbing, River Valley Repairs, 68 of Peyton Smith in second. And the 621 rounding out your top three. Race 23 on deck. WSA X Open class, we got 5 racers. 61 of Kenny Mandrick, 87 of Garrett Pollock, 303 of Cade Chenard, 731 of Jaeger Cordes, and the 746 of Hunter Wagner. 5 sleds, 4 laps. As Mandrick is going to lead the charge. Mandrick won the last race in this class, hoping to follow suit yet again. Chenard finished second last time by, won the first heat. Was looking to mount a challenge, but Mandrick is absolutely dominating in this feature. Pulling away from the rest of the field, 1 lap in and already a straightaway advantage for Mandrick. Chenard holding on to a solid second, half a straightaway ahead of our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place competitors as the 731 of Cordes moves up to 3rd. Wagner back to 4th, Pollock in 5th. Up and over the start-finish line jump, another lap in the books for Mandrick. Chenard getting a little wobbly on the front stretch. Pulls back a bit from Mandrick, but still half a straightaway ahead of the 731 of Cordes. And it looks like we got one of our sleds pulling off to the side. 746 of Hunter Wagner's night coming to a close. Mandrick, Chenard, Cordes, Pollock. Single file, almost all in separate corners of the track. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Kenny Mandrick out of Nebien, Ontario. Chenard taking another lap in. One more lap to go for the 303. The 731 of Cordes coming across the start-finish line in 3rd. And just like that, one last time onto the front stretch, putting the can in Canadian. Give it up for your race winner, the 61 of Nebien, Ontario's Kenny Mandrick. .303 of North Branch, Minnesota's Chenard, finishing second for Fratellone Racing. And the Lindsey Keene State Farm Hanco Utilities, number 731 of Jaeger Cordes, rounding out your top 3. And with no two-up racers for this final race, that's it, folks. Night number 1 of our 2-night weekend for the Sunday Funday race series. Like I said, we will be back here tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m., I believe, to get practice started. Another quick thank you to all our sponsors here tonight. We got Hunter Houle Memorial Foundation, Aroplax Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic Center, among others. We will be back here in the morning for night number 2 of our weekend number 2 for the 2025 Sunday Funday series. 10:15 a.m. practice, 11 a.m. heats, streaming live on MBTV Sports. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and drive safe tonight, folks. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're ready. My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Toe Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Toe Pro has made that happen.